Phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait. Attention on the road, that's the only way. Phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick all are present.
Together again, Happer. Together again.
Present and counted for.
Man.
Earlier, when John's plane landed, he sent a message to our group DM that said the Eagle has landed. But why wouldn't you have said the Blue Jay has landed?
Because the Eagle has landed is a normal phrase.
The Blue Jays land too, and it would have been apropos.
Not a phrase, though.
Are you familiar with history? The famous phrase?
No, I know the phrase.
That's why I used it.
I understand.
That's why I used it. I use it because it has a general connotation. Yes, I understand we're Blue Jays in Blue Jays land, but the famous phrase is...
I know what the phrase is. I'm saying...
Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed.
Why didn't you try to warp the classic phrase to be Blue Jay? Because you're
Just
Blue
don't need
Jay
to warp
Bishop.
something like that. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful and normal in every way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe, just maybe, using the phrase Eagle would send Josh over the edge.
Oh, that's fair. They won the Super Bowl.
Make you want to jump in the snow, die of frostbite.
It was singular, so I didn't even think. I honestly didn't even think about them. But if you add the S, then I just break out in hives.
The Eagles have landed.
They're just signing everybody. How do they have $1 billion in cap
Well, what do you
space?
mean they're signing everybody?
They just signed Zach Vaughn again. How do they do this?
Okay, but they literally cut 2 defensive backs.
Darius Slay stinks. He's old now. He's in his mid-30s. He's as old as me. You can't be as old as me and playing corner anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
Ron was good, though.
I bet the Cowboys sign him for a lot of dollars or something.
That would be upsetting. That would be very upsetting.
Well, you know what we ought to do? We ought to get someone that's been to a Super Bowl before.
Oh, that does sound
winning
like
pedigree.
That's why we're going to...
Smiles and glory holes.
Joe Willie, it's Jerry.
That would be awesome if they got Joe Willie to come out of
No,
retirement.
it wouldn't,
Yes.
Happer.
Yes, they would.
No, it
Better
wouldn't.
than Cooper Rush.
Just when I thought I was out, they dragged me back in.
That's not a bad call, Happer.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Not a bad call.
Tough.
Kobe writes, "Where's John? Is he going to block me here too?" You did.
Did I block
Kobe, this person?
Kobe Bryant?
Well,
R.I.P.
you know, yesterday
What happened?
I made a mistake.
What'd you do?
I made a mistake by
Tweeted
posting
about politics?
about something worse.
Nebraska
Posting
ball.
about last night's Nebraska ball game.
Yeah, never tweet about Nebraska ball.
And the
Don't tweet your
controversial
meat for
play
Nebraska
at the end with the guy moving too much on the
Oh,
sideline.
when you said great call referees,
I never said that. Did not say that.
when you quoted Padilla and said,
I
"Folks,
quoted Padilla because I
look
was
at the rule book. It's
Well,
me,
I
Michael
wanted
Severe."
to look at the rule
Yeah.
because I'll be honest with you. You know, I've always known, hey, you can't move around, but
it's unclear.
But what
Yes.
leeway do you have? And
Sure.
that's what Jacob was tweeting about. And so I said, well, I'm going to look up this rule. And I wasn't like diving into the whole, Zapruder film.
Yeah, I didn't see
research because
How
everyone's
many
like,
chairs?
How many chairs? Oh, and the average chair is 18, 24 inches wide, blah, blah. I wasn't going to, I didn't have time because there were some great games on last night. I know you guys were all focused on Nebraska, but I had the Nebraska game on
the Oregon Indiana
and
game.
Iowa State and BYU.
Oh, really?
We're basically playing a mirror game.
When Nebraska was at halftime, we got to watch the end of Villanova Georgetown, which was awesome.
That was good.
It was really, it
Sounds
a really
amazing.
good game.
So anyway, so I didn't get a chance to look at all the different replays. So I was just quote tweeting Jacob, and I said, "Yeah, here's the rule, and there's a chance that the refs got it right."
Yeah. Who's Kobe on Twitter, though?
I have no idea.
Kobe,
But
what's your Twitter name? Because he says John is one of the softest sports media personalities.
You were
in the
blocking
state.
people last night, though, John?
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
confirm? Okay.
Oh, I know who this is now.
The
Is it
one
because
that was
they
like,
called
Yeah,
you Joan Bishel?
yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're gonna use phrases like, "Oh, it's Joan Bichelle,"
I don't even
then
get
guess
that.
what? You're blocked.
Oh, like saying John's a woman?
Yeah,
it's like
it's John's a woman.
If you
joke
want to
in
do that, fine.
2025.
You're gonna get blocked.
Mm.
You're gonna get blocked.
Hey, Kobe.
And so this allowed me to block a whole bunch of burner accounts that
Nice.
I like this
don't
post
know
from
squat
Kobe.
about basketball.
Kobe is one of the softest sports media personalities in the state.
There are a lot.
Kobe.
It's amazing that. All right, the probably
But-
probably
but-
get in trouble for this, but like,
Say it.
I just think like when Nebraska ball ends up in scenarios, the non-ball knowers identify themselves. The people who only
do.
watch Nebraska ball
They do.
identify themselves very, very quickly.
Yeah, they do.
It's hard.
They do.
It's hard.
Which, and I do. I honestly feel for the people like the Jack Mitchells and the Mike Schaefers, and I'm just naming people I know, not just intentionally famous people.
Yeah.
But the people who
Bracket
love
people.
Nebraska basketball, who follow the sport, who understand the sport, I feel bad for them for all of the hangers-on that only show up when the team is good.
Facts.
I feel bad for them because a lot of these folks, quite frankly,
No
don't
cap.
follow the sport enough, and it's not a crime if you're a casual fan. That's fine,
No cap.
but sometimes people just they talk out of their ass.
Mm.
Now, upon further review, getting the chance to Zapruder the film last night,
Bad call. refs.
oh boy, moved a lot.
Oh, yeah.
He moved
out
a
the
Many
ruler.
lot.
chairs, John.
Many chairs.
Many
Yeah, and those chairs
many,
are.
many chairs.
Many chairs.
How big
I
are the
mean,
chairs?
initially when I saw it live, and remember, I'm watching on my teeny tiny baby phone. When I was watching it live, I was like, "Wow, he really moved there." And I thought, "Well, that's interesting."
Actually, no, where was the foul? There was no foul.
There was no
there
foul.
wasn't, but
There's
you know
no-
what? And
Anticipatory.
and exactly, and that is one of the things that drive me crazy about officiating in those situations is you're anticipating the foul.
The intentional foul.
And so you go, like there was the example near the end of the UConn game where Creighton had him trapped
the trap.
in
Yeah.
the backcourt.
Yep.
And you kind of automatically assume they're going for the foul because they need to stop the clock and get them to the free throw line versus, just
They're actually trapping and trying to get the ball.
correct. I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it does happen a lot where the official's looking for the foul. Not to defend last night's official, but I wonder if the reason why they didn't call the dude moving along the sideline was because his attention was more on everything off the ball, anticipating there was going to be a foul,
I'm
and
sure.
thus didn't see it. Now, out of his periphery, it would have been hard not to see a guy move 18 seats.
Many seats,
Many
John.
seats.
Lots of seats.
But
Many inches, many
it-
seats.
that was one of the...
You know about many inches.
That's one of those weird end of game things that just does not happen very often. And you're like, and you're kind of taken aback when you see it because it's like, well, that doesn't happen very often,
Mhm.
So
Well, you guys will have
it
plenty of
sucks.
time
I mean,
to talk about that.
it sucks. For us, man. It sucks. For
You
all
guys
of
are going
us.
to talk about
Referees!
hoops and refs and things of that nature. Creighton, Nebraska, the whole thing.
Josh, if you don't want to talk about that, I've got another college sport we can talk about.
No. What?
How all of baseball is canceled due to blizzard.
Yeah, they're not even going to play baseball here, probably.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
so
it sucks.
chilly outside.
But also, I was right about Texas A&M.
Okay, it's March 5th. Let's settle down.
I
Nick.
was right.
By the way, the roads are very nice today. Very clear.
Wait.
Nick canceled Texas A&M.
You didn't watch a slice of college baseball, clearly.
Well, no, I
Yesterday.
was on a bus yesterday.
He was
Bus-
getting ready for a
bus
basketball
boys.
game.
But so what happened? They lost a game and you've canceled them?
They've lost many games, John. They went on a 4-game losing streak last week. They beat Rice, and then they lost to UTSA last
Well, I mean,
night.
the nice thing about baseball is you play a lot of games.
That's right, Nick.
have you seen?
You ever heard of
They
Jay
haven't even
Slaviolette?
they haven't even started conference play yet. They're losing this bad in non-conference play.
I think
Well,
that's kind of how it works.
And who did they lose to?
Last night, UTSA.
Hey, you missed it, John. Nick said Texas ass and more ass is what Texas A&M stands
That's
for.
exactly what it stands for.
It's pretty
That's
funny.
actually kind of
It was pretty funny. We all laughed. And then he talked about how much he
wouldn't
hates
that be
Rice.
Texas A&M A?
Nope.
Ass
Okay,
and
AMA.
more ass.
More ass, one word, John.
More ass is one word.
More ass is one
If
word.
you delete the space,
No.
it turns into one word.
It's true. The ass is capital A, but it's all one word. It's ass and more ass.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate the effort.
You know, ATM is right there. That's how it is written out. I mean, you could call them Texas ass to. You could, Nick, if you wanted to.
That is gross.
Can I say that?
I wouldn't
say it.
I don't know if the FCC would like that one.
I mean,
I don't know if
they use
There's
the
a blizzard.
abbreviation
No one's
ATM.
listening in the FCC today.
Also, does the FCC care about anything anymore, really, I guess?
Exactly.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. They say bad words on TV all the time.
They do.
All the time. LSD Will text into the show.
LSD will.
It's good to have John back.
Oh, nice.
Followed up. What's wrong with me?
Our
John,
dear
people
friend
missed
John.
you. People missed you the last few days.
I guess so.
They said, "Where's John?"
Now, John, maybe. I mean, John's not gonna be here very much.
No.
We were planning off the air what we're doing next week.
Yep.
I got the Tuesday locked up. Where the Tuesday boys are set. We might need a Thursday person, and there is a world where Nebraska is playing at the optimum time. The optimum time for us on that Thursday.
Do you want to do? You want to do? Grab somebody, and then you guys could do 8 hours together.
Who? You and me?
You and some Phil and.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm going where John's going.
Nuh-uh, you're doing it?
Oh yeah.
Are you going to be sitting next to him?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. But I'm going because I want to go.
Who's doing your show?
Somebody.
Wow.
Somebody else.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
You're just ditching us during your favorite time of year?
To be at my favorite thing.
But not talk about it? What's good about being there if you can't talk about it on the radio?
I'll have some avenues to talk about.
You know what I want to do when
Actually,
I watch
I'll
football?
probably be there on Friday.
That's a tough look for your little girl calling basketball your favorite thing.
Oh, wow. You do have a daughter.
That's true.
Girl dad.
She has been saying dad.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Soon she'll
Is
be
it
saying
like
mama?
Madison Square Garden.
Is it actually dad, or is it just like babbling that you kind of hear as dad?
No, it's purposeful. It's
Yeah.
it's purposeful. That's one of the few things she could do purposefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you flying with them? Are you going on your lonesome?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Look at you. When are you leaving?
Thursday.
Wow.
Mhm.
Early?
Oh,
Nice
so
and
you're
early?
going on the day of first
Day
game.
of, baby.
Wow.
Day of the first game.
This is amazing.
Yeah. I just love basketball.
Are you staying? Where are
Yes,
you staying?
we know.
At a hotel. At a hotel.
Mm.
It's near.
Very near.
You're
Pretty
being
near.
So shady.
He doesn't
What?
want people to
I don't
show
want
up
to say
and-
where I'm staying.
He
at
doesn't
a
want people to
hotel.
accost him.
I mean, it's
What are
if
the
it's
odds?
a hotel. I assume there's a lot of rooms in a hotel.
What are the odds that
You don't have to
someone
say your
listening is going to accost you? Just check in under
very
your
high. Very high, John.
yeah, the people who don't
Check
like
in
that he's
under
the
John
PA
Bishop.
announcer
Also,
for
I
Nebraska.
also don't remember. So there's that.
I mean, that
Oh.
definitely isn't going to help.
It's on here somewhere.
So they're probably going to be the 2 seed. Who are they playing? That's
the
one of
two
the
seed right now would face either Seton Hall or Georgetown.
I want to play Georgetown.
Most likely Georgetown.
Georgetown is locked in as the 7 seed.
They are. They and St. John's are the only teams
That are
locked into their current
Yeah,
seed.
and during the game last night, it was just St. John's that was locked in, right? Didn't they show that graphic during the game at one point?
I think
in time?
that's right.
They were joking about it.
Don't know because I didn't watch.
Yeah, that's true. You were calling the game.
I was watching.
You were on
I
TV.
was watching live. Was I on TV?
Yep. A
Again.
couple times.
First few games are going to be on Peacock next week. Did you know
Peacock.
this?
Yes.
Yes.
They're doing Big Ten and Big
Yeah.
East.
Creighton doesn't have to participate in
Can
those
they
games,
do a
though.
double box for us? That's why I didn't watch more basketball last night. I could only watch the Nebraska game on my Peacock. I uploaded it on my Peacock.
That's true. They should have a multi-viewer
Yeah, hook us
thing
up.
on Peacock.
Peacock.
I wonder
You got
how-
so many games going.
I wonder
next
how
week.
difficult and/or expensive that is for a network like the Peacock to do the double box or to make
Or
that
the
available
quad box.
through its app.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I wonder how many tournaments they have. Oh, it looks like they'll also have the A10 tournament. So that's another thing. And they'll probably have some women's basketball too. I mean, in theory, they could throw 4 things up there at one time.
That's a lot of hooping.
Lot of hoops.
That's a lot of hooping.
And a lot of great picture on
Dude,
the Peacock.
their picture is glorious.
Everything else is
It's so sharp.
pretty rough, though.
So sharp.
Was it?
It looks good. I mean, the game.
No. I'm saying
Depending on which game you're watching.
See, there's one broadcast.
There was a game last night featuring a game that you've talked about with the player who walked many chairs. Pretty tough.
Was it?
Yeah, pretty tough. Mr. Burmeister.
You talking about the announcer?
Yes.
I was not listening.
Was Mr. Burmeister a little rough hang?
Mr. Burmeister loves stats, and his partner was Stephen Bardo, who just like saying things.
Wow.
I know
Bardo
people like saying
just like saying things.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't great, but it wasn't a great.
I wasn't
game.
listening to it, so I didn't have to hear any of the announcers.
You watch basketball on mute?
No, I was talking to Jack Mitchell and
Oh,
Caleb
yeah.
Henry and Jacob Bigelow for 3 hours instead. Yeah, Jack going through some stuff right now. He's in the pain.
I mean,
cave.
yeah. Then the sun also rose today.
The pain cave. You know, no fans have had it as bad as Nebraska basketball.
God,
fans.
that just triggers me.
Yeah,
Cub
I know.
fans, nope, not you, John.
Listen, I've been
It's such
having
a
that. I've
loser
been having that
mentality.
argument with him for 20 years.
Imagine thinking that's like the calling card. It's like, trust me, you can't hurt me. I have it worse than you. It's like, cool.
But that's merely a defense mechanism that's not very good.
I
Because
know.
obviously it does pain him a lot.
Yeah.
Because while he may say the right things verbally and on Twitter, the video gives it away.
I was saying this earlier though.
When this is the scene that I'm seeing last night,
Yeah.
as Josh is reading the final.
Hey, don't forget, coming up on the I-80 Club, we got this, and this.
That's
And
true,
Jack
John.
Nino's just
Like if
sitting
he
there like
actually
this.
lived what he's saying, then he wouldn't actually care shot to
That's
shot,
true.
game to game, possession to possession.
He'd be kind of Walter
just be like,
Cronkite.
yeah.
He'd be kind of like, well, that's the way it is.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
That's the way it
get to the
is. March the
totals.
4th, 2025.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like 100 lost Royals season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Denny, I'm out of here. Steve will have your totals after this. And he leaves, goes home. This is my life. Having a great time.
A great World Series win by
But by the way, he's not the only one that took it pretty hard last night. Did you hear Kent?
Oh no,
I didn't hear Kent.
It was I didn't hear it live,
Sound like
but
Patino?
but I was alerted to it. Kent was a little salty at the writers last night.
The writers?
Yes.
For not being there?
Well, okay, so they had some issues.
The basketball writers?
They had some issues getting Fred on the post game because they're setting way up high there at the
Whatever it's
Schottenheimer
called.
Center or whatever the hell they call it.
Marty?
And so they were trying to get him on the phone. Well, they must have
Brian?
been having phone issues because of the blizzard in Lincoln. So while they're trying to get all that
Wait, real
situated-
quick. The writers are trying to get him on the phone?
No.
They were trying to.
Kent,
Kent
and Jake were
Okay.
trying to get Seamus to call in to
Okay.
Lincoln so
Okay.
they could get Fred on the phone.
Okay.
And they were having phone issues in Lincoln apparently.
Ugh.
And so while they were figuring all that out, they were, Kent and Jake were kind of debating on whether or not, well, do we do this or not? Kent took some swipes at the writers about, well, we got to do this. Otherwise the writers won't have anything to write about. Because, they like to get all of their, audio or post game from us and whatnot. And he was just like, he was a little salty. And I was like, man.
Ken Volga, John Bishop handshake meme sometimes. I see that in some of the scribes' stories.
I
Greg
mean,
McDermott said afterwards on local radio.
Listen, I don't mind as long as we get attributed for it.
Yeah, give us our call letters, though.
Yeah, it's fair game. They're on
As long as we
He's
get
on
the
the same
attribution.
1620 the zone.
As long as we get the attribution,
To
I'm
John
fine.
Bishop in his glorious hair. Right, that John Walker.
It's great hair.
Yeah, people are saying.
I mean, once in a I knew like back in the day, if someone couldn't make it and if they had a question they really wanted me to ask,
Oh,
they'd
that's nice.
text it to me and I'd ask it.
I'll start doing that.
Text me questions.
But anyway,
I'll text John a question for Mac.
It was
Text
pretty
me,
funny. last night.
That's, I mean,
They're
I
salty.
imagine they were
Triggered.
triggered.
Yeah. Remember when the 90% free throw shooter was at the free throw line? He made the first and then he missed the second,
I
and
do.
then it went to overtime.
I do.
Bummer.
I was having flashbacks of Stephen Ashworth in my head.
Not great.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as soon as he went to the line and, hey, 90% free throw shooter, I was thinking, oh, man.
The jinx is
Then he
good
made
thing
the
to
first
say.
and I thought, okay, they're fine. He missed the second. I was like, ah!
Wonder why it happened. Sometimes.
And then they were by 5 in overtime.
They were up by 5. See, that's the thing. I mean, I know there was a lot, believe me, a lot of terrible calls last night, and I didn't even see most of them. I just saw really the last one.
Yeah.
But there were some missed opportunities to stick the old proverbial fork in
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Yeah, that's for
Yep.
sure.
Is that my boy Baylor doing car
Yep.
commercials in Grand Island?
That is Baylor
I like
Shireman.
Baylor's Celtics polo
He wants people to know that he plays for the Celtics. Did you
Well,
know he
I
plays for
would
the
if
Celtics?
I was in a commercial.
He looks.
Did he
like
buy
he's
his car
Southie.
from Rowe Automotive in Grand Island?
He's buying his car from Rowe Automotive.
And Aurora, of course.
Aurora and Grand Island.
Yeah.
Wow.
Automotive.
That's awesome.
We don't get many Grand Island Aurora commercials unless we're watching News Channel Nebraska.
News Channel Nebraska. Then we get all the commercials from everywhere but Omaha.
That's true.
Who's announcing this game? Did you see?
Yeah, I don't know their names.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
All right, never mind.
Are they wearing the mustard colored jackets?
They are indeed. They are indeed.
Hey, they do a fine job.
They do. It's a lot, too.
This channel, if you love high school sports, especially out of Omaha high school sports, these folks do a really good job.
Yeah, Josh.
It's really cool.
Do you love out of Omaha high school sports?
That sounds among my favorite things in the whole world.
There's Michael. I know Michael.
I've seen that guy before.
Yep, Michael.
Michael.
I went to school with Michael, Mr. Shively.
Oh, really?
You know what?
Yes.
Because I used to do this job. On 10-11. You know what my first question would be to every coach or every administrator?
Do you hate the portal?
Hey, what about these extra lines out here? Doesn't this bother you?
Yeah.
Shouldn't we get a big old freaking eraser out here or maybe some wood varnish and just cover this bleep up?
Get them talking about the lines. You know what? You know what's funny, John? We may have talked about this on a crossover already. I went back. It wasn't that long ago. I was watching my senior year state championship basketball game, and you were doing the game.
Mm-hmm.
And my buddy got into the game, and he was like the enforcer. He was like I'm gonna definitely.
He would get
definitely foul.
He'd get a baseball bat,
and you were laughing at him because
I was.
You were not at him, but like laughing at the idea that he was in the game. It's like he's coming in to foul him. It was really funny. I got a couple. Yeah.
I'd like to. Which game was this?
The 2010 Class A state championship game between Central and Norfolk.
That sounds like something John would laugh at.
Yeah, it was.
Was this late in the game,
or you know what? Maybe it was a football game. Maybe it was the football game. Whatever it was, but
I got a lot.
Oh, good.
But I remember watching some of these clips, and John, you were doing the games.
That's funny.
And I thought, this is great.
Aaron texts in, rehashing that Nebraska game and Grand Island talk. This is the worst.
It's bad crossover, folks.
Sorry.
We'll try again next time.
I have some good news, though.
Some good news is that Mount Happer is back.
Barely.
Is it still Mount Happer?
That's the question.
Is it the Happer of Thesis?
Well, but here's the deal.
It's moved locations.
It's back in its original location.
That's right.
It's back in its proper location.
It's back into the left.
Happer.
We have to get Joey to fix it on Google Maps then.
I guess so.
Okay.
But I have good news. People are saying, get out of here with this Nebraska talk. Get out of here with Grand Island talk. Folks, the ACC Friday night college football schedule has been released.
Nobody
John,
respond to this.
Get a load of Nick, you stop it.
Already?
John, get a load of this.
March the 5th.
Kennesaw State at Wake Forest.
Oh, my God.
On August 29th.
Whoa. You said Friday schedule?
It's a great night for football.
Well, what network are these going to be
Probably
on?
ESPN or ACC Network. I don't know.
Oh
Let's
my
keep reading them,
God.
shall we?
Probably wearing mustard jackets doing this game.
September 12th.
Mustard jackets, but we're wearing a straight jacket.
Colgate at Syracuse.
Oh, my God.
Why is a toothpaste playing football?
Great question.
September 26th. Florida State at Virginia. Those are teams that you know of.
Okay, that's
Daniel Kalen.
That's at least something I've heard of.
2 games on October 17th for some reason. Louisville at Miami and North Carolina at California. A classic ACC matchup.
I love when those two schools lock horns.
Cal at Virginia Tech the next week. North Carolina at Syracuse. Clemson at Louisville. Florida State at NC State. Georgia at Georgia Tech on Black Friday yet again. Look at that. Football. The countdown continues.
And this excites you?
Yes. We're 176 days away from the football season. We're almost there, John.
Nope.
Stop turning off my mic, Nick.
It's a very, very, very long way away.
So
Josh,
far away.
If the off season was a football season,
yeah,
where in the football season would we be right now? Is it have we reached conference play of the off season?
It's probably like week 2, week 3.
It's
Nebraska's 2-0.
Maybe this could help you understand basketball better.
It's the second game of week 0. That's where we're at.
Oh no.
No.
We're
actually it's the second
It's the
half
Hawaii
of the
game?
first game of it's 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 first quarter of the Hawaii game in week 0.
Oh.
That's
right
where
now,
we
I'm
are.
totally fine. I'm totally fine right now. I'm enjoying the sports
You
world.
seem fine.
I said it yesterday. I'm getting into the NBA
You
again.
just counted
Why are
down
you
to when
getting into the
football is
NBA
back.
again?
Luka, baby. Go Lakers.
He's
Luka.
fat and out of shape and smoking hookah.
He's lost weight, John.
Did you say hookah?
Yeah, that's what he's been doing, hookah.
Hookah.
It's
Hookah.
hookah.
Oh, is it
John.
hookah?
Yes.
It's like a
Hell,
Bill
I
Simmons
don't know.
says hookah.
I'm not of your
Hookah.
drug culture, Nick.
Nice.
Nice.
But John, he's looking good. He's playing well. The Lakers are way
Is he
above.
looking good? I mean,
They're the 2 seed now. What are we talking about? They look awesome. They're rolling.
every time I watch him play, I think of the old Jello commercials. Watch it jiggle.
Nah, he's looking
see
good.
it wiggle.
I
Did you
love
see
when fat
LeBron
guys are
last
good
night?
at basketball.
I do too.
Jokic, love it.
I just wish he wasn't playing for such a crap franchise.
This was your favorite team in the 80s.
Was, but we grow older and more mature, and we root for the
Unreal.
Celtics.
I can't
Unreal.
believe you're bandwagoning the Lakers.
I'm not bandwagoning them. They were my favorite team.
And
Now
then
I'm
you
just
stopped, and then they're good again. And
I
you're like,
was
oh, I'm back.
busy. I was busy. Now I'm back in.
Easy.
What's
back-
your baseball team right now?
Nobody.
Hmm.
The Royals? I don't know.
Oh, not
Or
the
the Mariners. The Mariners beat the who'd they beat yesterday or Monday? They beat the Guardians in spring training. I talked trash to Schaefer.
Spring training.
That's cool.
Baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah.
I heard there was a tweet about Jack Caglione today that almost
Yeah, he's
sent
gonna
me
play
into
left field or
oblivion.
something. Is that what they said?
Left field?
They're getting him some outfield reps, which makes me feel like they're fast tracking him a little bit.
Because
Oh,
he's good at
you
hitting.
think they're going to do a Skeens with him?
I don't think it'd be that early. I don't think it'd be that early.
How early? Is he in Omaha already?
No, he will
No.
not be in Omaha to start the season. I don't think.
Who's single A for the Royals?
The double A is the Northwest Arkansas Naturals, and the single A team of the Royals. Well, one of them.
That's a good question.
They're called the Naturals.
I believe the Columbia Fireflies are one of them. I don't think they have. I don't know if they have the Burlington Royals or whatever that is anymore.
Royals.
I think the sock puppets is the Appy League, right?
Sock puppets.
Odson says correct, Connor, by the way.
Thank you.
Northwest, yeah. Quad City River Bandits.
There it is. Quad City River Bandits.
And the Columbia Fireflies.
That's right.
Nice.
That's where Frank Mazzicato's been for like the last 3 years.
Who?
The Royals drafted a skinny 155-pound left-handed high school pitcher like 4 years ago
What's
in
he
the
up
first
to these
round, and I
days?
was triggered.
Is he any good?
Now he's Columbia Fireflying himself.
So that's single A?
That is single
That
A.
sucks.
He's
4 years later?
Kind of got hurt. I don't. It's probably
Should have gone to college, get an
Should've.
education.
Yep, to get more knowledge.
What is he, Billy Bean?
Education.
Nice reference, Nick.
Thank
Do you
you.
get that from the book or the movie?
The movie. I've never read the book,
Book's awesome.
but I learned about Billy Bean through the movie.
Yeah. I'll learn about him through the book.
All right.
Was he spitting stuff in the book?
He was awesome. He was a 5-tool player.
Well, Brad Pitt in the
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Mhm.
I'm sure.
Spitting stuff
Sure
everywhere.
that was referenced in there.
Okay.
It's been a few years since I read it. I read it during COVID.
Cool.
COVID.
Moneyball.
Great book.
You probably loved it because it was about like your favorite time period, the early 2000s.
The best time period of baseball. It really was a great time. The A's were good. The Mariners won 116
Every
games.
year during that time, it was just like some combination of the A's, the Yankees, the Twins,
Yep. Angels.
Angels,
And then the Red Sox, obviously.
Red Sox,
Wow, the
Mariners. I mean, the Mariners were
Mariners
kind of
were
in
really
there, too.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They won 116 games. They
But
were awesome.
it was always the Twins.
Yes.
And,
And
then
they always
would
got
always
swept.
get swept by the Yankees.
Yeah, remember
Yeah.
when they got in the playoffs for like my generation, it was the first time that I ever seen them, and so there was all this lore about playing in the Metrodome. It's so loud in there.
Yeah.
You can't see the baseball. The other teams are going to lose, and then they get swept.
Yankees
And it
said
didn't
no
matter at all.
problem.
I think the Angels beat them. I think there was a gentleman's sweep in the ALCS that year. I was rooting for the Twins. I wanted the Twins to go to the World Series, and the Angels smoked them.
In 2002.
Yeah, they absolutely
Wow,
rocked 'em.
rooting against Darren Erstad. What the
I
hell
was
is wrong
rooting
with
for
you?
my uncle's favorite team. Go
Erstad.
Twins.
You were rooting against Angels. Interesting.
Rooting against
Okay,
Troy
settle down,
Gloss.
You think God
Wow,
knows?
Look at these references.
Troy Percival.
And Troy Percival.
Let's see.
And Tim Salmon.
And Mike Sosha.
Mike Soch.
Yes.
K-Rod.
K-Rod. And the Rally Monkey.
The Rally Monkey and the Thunder Sticks.
Yeah, so the
Did
Twins.
they actually invent the Thundersticks?
That was the first time I ever saw them.
Or was that
Correct.
just the first time it was used?
I'm not sure if they invented them.
Yeah, so the Twins won game 1 of the 0-2 ALCS 2-1, and then they lost 6-3. They lost 2-1. They lost 7-1. They lost 13-5, and then the Angels won the World Series.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
They
Beat
did.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds had like the best World Series ever that year. His stats were nuts.
I think he hit a home run to outer space in that World Series.
All right, let's go look at the Barry
in
Bonds.
Anaheim.
So
back when they were the Anaheim Angels.
They were.
People forget.
And I didn't like those uniforms. They were kind of dorky.
They
All right, here we go.
much.
In the 2002 postseason,
They were still doing the regular red Angels.
Were they? I thought they were doing the weird cartoon.
It wasn't the cartoony pinstripes.
The things
yet,
were,
or
they were
after.
red. The Thundersticks were, I think that was like right after they changed.
Yes.
Let me take a look here.
By the way,
maybe I'm misremembering.
You are.
I am misremembering.
Barry Bonds, just to talk about this for a moment. 2002 playoffs. Barry Bonds, 17 total games, 45 at bats. He had 16 hits, 8 home runs, 16 RBI. He scored 8. Did I say already? He scored 18 runs in 17 games. He had 8 home runs.
So what's the batting average on that? 16 hits
what's
and 45
the OPS
ABs
on that?
Yeah,
Nice,
yeah. I mean, he probably walked 100 more times.
His batting average. Oh wait, is this the whole playoffs? Where is it at? Oh, why is this giving it to me series by series? That's annoying.
Josh, learn baseball
he hit-
reference.
I am. I'm reading it right now. He hit 471 in the World Series. 700 on base percentage.
That makes sense.
His
He got walked
slugging
a
was
lot.
1294.
Wow.
Good God.
His
he was so
performance
good.
seemed it was like enhanced by
So
something.
his OPS was 1,000,000.
His OPS was 1.994.
Yep. That's good. That's good.
OPS
Now
is
try
on
that,
base
Billy
plus
Bean.
slugging.
Yes,
Nick.
it is.
Wonder what Billy Bean thought about Barry Bonds having a 1,900 OPS in the playoffs. He was probably like, I don't know. Something's wrong with this.
Unreal crap.
Too many home runs.
So I saw
Too much money.
He was good.
I wish I could remember who posted the video. I don't remember anything about the video other than the question they were asked.
Is it the one about if he didn't have a bat?
No, it's not Barry Bonds related specifically.
Oh, okay.
But it's your favorite team. Just pick football, baseball, bat, whatever.
Cowboys.
You could bring one player out of retirement or back from the dead in their prime. Is that enough to win them a championship?
In any sport ever?
Wait. Any player from your franchise?
Or just
Yes.
in general?
From your franchise, you plop them on your team. Is that enough? Or which player would be enough to get you the championship?
No.
Right now or at any time?
The current team.
No. My team is not that close. I don't even know who I'd pick.
Yeah, if the Royals had George Brett right now, they would probably win the World Series.
Think so?
Yeah. I think what?
He's
What's so
pretty good.
funny, John?
Because he'd get hemorrhoids and he'd have to sit down.
I know he crapped his pants, but that's
Who would
okay.
you go with,
Poop his
John?
pants.
Ernie Banks?
Sammy Sosa?
Well, Ernie Banks famously never played in the World Series.
Yeah, but there was also 2 teams in the playoffs in those days.
I know.
It was called
but
the World Series.
But he didn't.
Yeah. But that doesn't matter.
Um,
You're just wanting a good player.
Yeah, like he didn't have to have.
I
gone to
mean,
the
yeah.
World
I mean,
Series.
if you could give me back peak Sammy Sosa, peak steroid Sammy Sosa.
Oh, man. Inject his ass.
Oh, brother.
98
Cork
Sosa?
bats, Sammy
Cork
Sosa.
bat Sammy Sosa, man.
Wow.
60 home run Sammy Sosa. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Give me that all day.
What if Creighton had Doug McDermott this year?
Oh,
I think that'd be pretty good.
That'd be pretty good.
That would help.
They might be a 1 seed.
Oh,
That might help.
It might be a 1 seed.
That'd be something.
that's a fun little topic for you there, Nick. Topic
Yeah.
alert. You should have said that for dumb debates.
Topic
I'm sorry.
alert.
Topic.
sorry I
alert.
didn't save that for dumb debates.
Unreal.
Nick, would you bring back Dante Bichette or something?
Larry Walker?
Yeah.
Nolan Arenado.
You'd bring back Prime.
Well, the good news is
Nolan
the Cardinals
Arenado.
want to get
Yes.
rid of him
Yeah.
right now, so
Yeah.
you can
I
have
said
him.
prime, John.
Oh.
Or I mean,
I do
Todd
not. I
Helton.
do not believe that would be enough.
no.
I do not believe
Yeah,
that.
the
don't- I-
Rockies are a ways away.
The Rockies could have Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds, and I don't think that would be enough. That's a cursed ass franchise.
If the Rockies had Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds,
Well,
then-
they'd be hitting 80 dongs a year with steroids.
Oh,
But they still
Yeah.
can't pitch. That's the problem. Hitting isn't really
Yeah, but
an issue
80
for them.
dongs a piece
I
goes
mean,
a long
have
way.
a lot of 14 to 13 games, man. Be a lot
It's
of
like
fun.
the College World Series in the mid-90s.
That's right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, good times.
Ping, indeed.
Good times.
Back when the pings were pings.
As we wrap things up, I got a request from Old Man Doug, and I know sometimes Old Man Doug triggers Josh,
Never. I trigger him.
I trigger him too.
but he did ask if Harry Carey could read one of Jack Mitchell's tweets from last night.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, cool.
Exciting.
So here we go. Hi! as I go to bed buried in sports grief, I hope you have another love. I hope you are young and can still feel hope. I hope you aren't intertwined in this emotional game of chicken designed for mass casualty. Hey, Arnie, the sport was designed for mass casualty. It reminds me of WW2. You know, famously, Ted Williams lost some time to WW2. Anyway, I hope you have a family and a job that distracts you from this white hot pain. Just like that attractive blonde in the left field bleachers is distracting me right now. Holy cow. There you go.
Well done.
Thank you, Harry.
Well done.
Man, you can tell he had all this built up in him because he wasn't able to tweet while you guys were doing your live watch. So he just started,
tweeting.
It was basically Twitter diarrhea. It was just
I thought he told us he was going to bed. And then
bull.
And then I went and laid in my bed and I opened up Twitter and there are all these tweets from Jack to read through. What a time.
Bad times.
I mean, he basically had 3 tweets in a row mentioning that I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. But wait, first you've got to understand I'm in pain. I'm going to bed now, but first I'm in pain.
Even when I was an emo teenager, I didn't do stuff like that.
You took pictures of yourself in the mirror, though.
Yeah, but I didn't be like, oh, I'm in so much pain. Oh, I'm laying in bed all by myself and I'm in pain. No, a real emo person buries that pain and then they're in more pain. And then they listen to My Chemical Romance, who I will be seeing at Soldier Field.
I was just going to say, you'll be doing that again soon.
Hell yeah.
Where'd you get that quarter zip, Nick?
Neil gave it to me on his way out. He's like, Nick, what size are you? I have this.
I was wondering, too. I got that.
It's good quarter zip.
I like it.
Over a decade ago. We all got them from the station. Yeah.
Neil just had it laying around, and he's like, you want this? I think it was in coil somewhere.
Look at all of us wearing 1620 The Zone stuff.
Except Josh.
Hater of 1620 The Zone.
You would rather wear a Cowboys hat than a Zone hat.
Yeah, what is up with that?
Josh, we're winners.
Wow. We are winners on the Zone. All right. My bad. I apologize.
Yep.
I do like your sweater, though.
Oh, thank you. Found it in the move.
Lumen.
Yeah, the brewery.
Would you steal it from the mover?
I thought that was from
it was in our
Severance.
box. Oh, good reference, Happer. You know, there's another Lumen in Omaha, too?
Yeah, they have a building downtown.
I know. Every time
A
I see
second
it,
Lumen?
yeah, I think of Adam Scott.
What is Lumen?
This is a brewery, but Lumen is on Severance. It's the company that the people work for.
And then also a building downtown. And also the Seattle Seahawks Stadium.
Correct. Yes. And that's the same Lumen, right?
As what?
As the building?
The building downtown?
Yeah.
I don't know what they do, but maybe.
They sever people. It's almost Thursday. It's almost Thursday.
Well,
bye, Happer.
Goodbye.
Great to see you.
All right, there's Connor Happer. That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I'd like to see Everlevel go and fix this floor right now and just wipe all the damn lines out.
Too many stripes.
Too many lines.
Turn off the lines.
Too many lines. We
Turn
need
off
Tony
the lines.
Montana there to get rid of some of those lines. Am I right?
Nice.
Hell.
Incredible.
Got him.
It's a Grum. It's Wednesday. Hey, look, the Blizzard's done.
Hi.
On 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
On Wednesday, March 19, Omaha, Nebraska is where the best
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay. We all survived. Everyone's fine. We're all fine.
I did see some cars that looked like they crashed
Where?
on the way in, like on Dodge,
Right along the street there?
pretty much.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
They just leave them abandoned there in the middle of Dodge Street?
Put some caution tape on them. I saw one that just
No kidding? Like it's a
crashed.
police
Yeah.
crime zone?
Yeah. So they do.
Damn.
Remember that one time I got in that car accident and then Mailman Todd ripped my headlight
But
off?
that was on the interstate,
Yes.
and you were off the road
Correct.
in the grass.
We were pretty much in the ditch.
These cars were actually because
One of them was on what are they called? The rails, I guess. It crashed right into the front of the rail.
the guardrail.
The guardrail. A car crashed into the front of one.
On the expressway?
Yes.
Oh.
Not like the cement guardrail, but like I'm trying to remember what street that was
The
on.
Arnco barrier.
Yeah, it was.
Nice.
It would have been somewhere on Dodge, like past that, maybe over by the mall, but it was just sitting there, crashed.
Wolf.
Son of a beast.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that sucks.
It does
Yeah.
suck.
Mike
Right.
says people were abandoning their cars in Lincoln last night, like in the city of Lincoln.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
In the middle of the city of Lincoln.
it did go 0 to 60 pretty fast. You know, when I left, it was
I-
rainy,
Wow.
and then by the time I got home, it was snowy, and then we realized, we should get ice melt. And so I went to the store real fast to get some ice melt. And by the time I got home, it was snowing even more.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
when I left last night, my face was getting pelted by slush.
yeah,
Just
it was
falling out of the sky.
It was a weird day. It was warm in the morning and humid.
Man.
And now we have snow.
And then tomorrow, I guess it'll be warm and humid again.
Really? Already
Well,
tomorrow?
it won't be humid.
Warm.
I
I,
thought
think it's supposed to be warmer tomorrow.
Okay, that's good. I know
Allegedly.
Next week, I know next week is supposed to be. Tomorrow's
Allegedly.
in the 40s. That's
No,
not bad.
no more weather takes from you.
Why?
Never
I said,
talk about the weather
You're an
anymore.
idiot if you think the snow is done. Shout out to me for being correct on that one. We're going to have snow on Friday, and then it's going to be sunny. It's going to be 70 on Monday.
Well, welcome.
I'm wearing shorts to work.
Welcome to that time of year where you just don't. I mean, literally, it's the wait 5 minutes and it'll change.
It's like the commercial says.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes.
I mean, that's usually what this time of year is. We just got the extremes yesterday.
It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind, though.
Actually,
I think I can speak for all of us.
Seriously, though,
Yeah.
that sucked yesterday.
It was
That wind was
horrible.
pretty gnarly.
It sucked today when I got back.
That's true. You were flying in.
Just got in and went and had to get some gasoline.
Oh,
And it was like, oh, mother,
yucky.
this is cold.
Mm.
What are you? Why would anyone want to live here?
Yeah, exactly. I asked myself that question.
Let me go back to New Jersey.
John, it's
Oh.
great there. That's where
More.
Tony Soprano lived. You could be the Tony Soprano of 16.
There is no more.
Joy in New Jersey?
There's a joylessness that exists in New Jersey.
People
Yes.
who live there don't seem to
You
like
see it across the river. You see the excitement, the big buildings and the lights of New York. And I'm not a New York guy, okay?
No.
I mean,
You're not Connor.
I've been there enough times. I don't really need to go there anymore if I don't have to.
Correct.
But it is a big, vibrant, lively city.
Yeah.
So you see that. I mean, you see it every day when you get up there in New Jersey.
Look at NYC.
And then you'll just look out over New Jersey, and it's kind of like when South Park did the episode when the boys had to go to Nebraska, and they're driving along the car, and they're driving through Colorado, and it's
Mountains,
like mountains and
pretty
things, and all of a sudden the sign hits and says "Welcome to Nebraska," and everything turns brown and desolate.
Mhm.
Which is ironic.
Screw you, Trey
which is
Parker and Matt
ironic because
Stone.
if you've driven through eastern Colorado,
Yes, it sucks.
it's pretty damn brown
It's the
and
same
desolate.
thing. You're just going up. but it's the same
Yeah.
thing still. Yeah.
Which is
Actually,
why
I think
you gotta
it's
go through
worse because
Wyoming.
it seems like there's less trees.
There are.
It
You're like,
seems
where the
like
hell
it.
are the mountains? But it takes like hours, and then you're like, oh, there are the mountains. Finally, I see.
Yeah.
Mountains.
Which is
yeah.
why I think from now
Good
on,
Lord.
even though it takes an extra 4 hours,
No,
I'm going to
I
go
know.
to Colorado
That's the-
through the Panhandle.
That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard of. It's going to take an extra 4 hours.
But it's a beautiful drive most of the
Nick,
time.
you'll cut out the 4 hours, and then you'll still see the mountains eventually. You'll be fine.
Yeah, but then you see the Wyoming mountains.
Oh
too.
my gosh, this is the dumbest crap. Gen Z needs to be entertained so bad that they'll waste 4 hours driving through Wyoming. This is unreal, Nick.
Hey, listen.
Read a book.
Listen, I'm not while you're driving.
No, if he's in the
Dang.
passenger
There
seat.
was a guy on my way into work yesterday reading a pamphlet while he was like behind me at the stoplight.
Good
I
grief.
don't understand that one.
Hey, you got to see what's going on.
I didn't know that the Jehovah's Witnesses were still a thing.
Nice.
Read pamphlets and drive.
We aren't
Weirdo.
supposed to do that. Well, welcome to the Grom. It's presented by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
There you go, Nick. John's Grum Down is back.
Nice.
My Grum Down. Look at how pretty it is.
We had many conversations about my Grum Downs. I change them every day, trying to get better and better. We were getting there.
Were you?
We were getting there. It'll be different next week on Tuesday. I'm going to try to make it even better next Tuesday.
Making great progress.
We're getting there.
Double overtime loss in Columbus.
Not great.
But does it mean double trouble for NCAA hopes?
Now, you are apparently going to sell us on Nebraska still having a chance.
Oh, John just wants to give Jack hope because he knows it's going to get ripped away again. He wants
I just
Jack to
think
be
John's
emo.
being a contrarian. Again.
No, I am not
John?
being. No,
No.
this is the advantage that you have when you don't have internet.
You don't have to watch them.
No. But you're on the plane
Oh.
and you're doing prep and you download a few things.
Yeah.
But the really only thing you got is to really zero in and focus on one thing. You don't have the rest of the internet to distract you. And so this is my earnest attempt to look at this as impartially as possible.
Interesting.
Which is what I was attempting to do last night before Husker Burner community got all triggered and mad. I moved 17 seats.
Nice.
I get it. He moved a lot of
He
seats.
took 5 steps, John.
He did. He took 5 steps.
You said that one
or
time.
something equivalent to 5 steps.
Uh-huh.
To look at this dispassionately and try to see if the confirmation is true. Because everybody last night said, well, it's over. It's done. It's toast.
I don't know what happened.
And they lost.
They lost.
Nebraska
Double
lost
overtime.
last
I know
night
they
in
lost.
double
but
overtime.
The whole 4 chairs, 5 steps thing. I don't know what this is.
Oh,
I haven't seen any discourse.
You're consider yourself
Actually,
blessed.
yeah, I'm kind of jealous of you right there.
I would much rather drive the extra 4 hours through Wyoming
Hell yeah, you would.
than deal with that again.
Nice.
Insert segment here. That means Mike Schaefer is unavailable today.
Rats.
Rip.
That's a bummer. He'll be back next week, though.
Let It Fly returns in Newark last night.
The bar.
They rolled. We talked about it at the very end of the show yesterday. We both thought that they would play well, and they did.
They did play well. Steve Sipple on a Wednesday?
What the hell? Everyone's canceling this week.
Is Matt Rule the arbiter of all things college football?
Wow.
Oh.
A guest on the program from last week. I wish you would have had these takes on the ground.
I know. See, but he didn't know about the whole scheduling thing yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, we should have told him, like, we don't believe Matt. We don't believe what Dannon said, because then literally the next day Matt Rule was like, yeah, we don't want hard games anymore. It's like, rats. But yeah, why didn't he have this take last week?
Karma comes around for Villanova.
The football team?
Baseball team?
The Villanova football team?
FCS, John.
No one talks about the Villanova football
We
team.
should be the first one to talk about it.
No.
Okay.
Howie Long has long been retired.
I think I bet on them one time because they were playing in week 0, and I just really wanted to get a little dollar down on it.
Of course.
I think I lost.
Yeah, you thought Jay Wright was still coaching.
I did.
Wrong sport.
Yeah.
Hashtag dumb debates. Is orange the new yellow?
Wow. It's 39-40 and it's orange yellow.
This was the advantage of still being in Newark this morning. It led to a natural dumb debates question.
Those are the best ones.
They really are.
And Winter Strikes Back, the movie nobody wanted.
This is
Josh.
incredible.
Winter Storm, Josh Peterson.
I say on the radio, the snow is not done.
Are we
and
just going
yet
to name
then
every
the
storm that? It would be
snow
Josh the 4th, Josh
comes
the 5th.
and people
Josh
still
Yeah,
blame
that's a
me,
good
even though I
idea.
I
told
like it
everyone,
too.
watch out, everyone, the snow is still going to arrive. And everyone says, oh, you're cursing
Again,
us.
your reputation precedes you.
But if I keep saying I didn't do this, then why do you blame
Well,
me?
you
You
said
know,
the snow
O.J.
wasn't
Simpson
done,
wrote
and
a
it wasn't.
book that said the same
Let's
thing,
do one.
and still to this day, nobody believes him.
All right, time for a little Canva graphic for yours truly. If I did it with snow falling all around. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620. The 42 degrees. Is it still the no?
Nope.
No, gosh. See,
Remember, it's something else.
been so
John.
long. I've forgotten.
I wish it was
The,
42 degrees
the
outside.
way too damn many lines on the court
Nice.
hotline.
It's going to get a bit wordy to say.
It is, but not as wordy or distracting as these god awful, ugly ass courts. You're telling me, you know what?
What?
I now believe Troy Dannon.
Dannon.
The reason they canceled the Tennessee game is because they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't even afford a decent basketball floor for the Devaney Center for the girls' state basketball tournament.
You might hate the courts with all those lines, but back in elementary school, we used to play a game in gym class called line tag, and we were glad to have many lines.
What grade were you in, Nick?
Elementary school.
Well, this would be
See,
awesome.
this is a college arena, though.
Yeah.
This would be
For
awesome
adults.
if this were
They played
the
high school basketball
state
in that gym.
girls line tag championships, but it's the state girls basketball
Nick.
championships.
Basketball.
I loved line tag.
What did you do about the dotted lines?
You could jump. You had to jump over them. Yeah, just
Oh.
had to have a foot on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So this was an actually well thought out little game you guys had
Oh, it was a
there
great game.
in suburban Des Moines, Iowa, or whatever.
Manning, Iowa. Nowhere near suburban. Nowhere near Des Moines.
Well, I mean,
Middle of nowhere.
What was that? Say the word again.
Des Moines.
Wow.
Des Moines
He's still
line
doing it, folks.
tag, huh?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, I believe you. So I mentioned the hotline 402-951-1620. You can also hit us up in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Yeah. Do you have a poll question today?
At USC 1620. I do. It is the poll question.
Is Nebraska going to go to the tournament or something stupid?
No.
Okay.
It's our dumb debates question.
It's orange yellow.
I took the picture of the cheese
Yes.
that was available at the omelet station.
Man, I love omelets.
And the debate was the cheese orange or yellow?
That's a great question.
You can look at the picture, you vote.
Was it
Is
blue
it
and white or
orange
golden?
or yellow?
Who was having this debate the most?
Oh, this was at the table I was sitting at
Okay.
with many luminaries.
Nice.
People who, claimed that they held the superiority over the argument because they are of Wisconsin and Wisconsin is of cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Others who, said, no, that cheese is yellow.
Yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to this one later on.
It was a lively conversation. We got many people involved, and I said, you know what? I'm taking a picture of this cheese. I'm putting it up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page,
Nice.
and you can vote. The picture is attached. You can look at it for yourself and determine, is it yellow or is it orange? Let's see. Oh, Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Yeah, like this email that we got from John. I don't understand how anyone can get so upset about a Nebraska basketball loss. It's Nebraska basketball, for F's sake.
Well,
John says they're still going dancing. He's going to tell us why.
I will again give you a dispassionate, analytic, straight down the middle analysis of the situation with facts.
Okay.
With facts.
No opinions?
Well, there will be opinions based on the facts.
Okay.
But I will let you see the facts. You can draw your own conclusions if you like.
All right, perfect. I'm looking forward to it.
Is Nebraska's tournament hopes
Are they dead?
cooked?
Yeah.
Or Are they still alive? We'll have that and more as we continue here on the Grum on a Dumb Debates. Oh, and I forgot to mention, it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday, so please send in your dumb debates.
Yeah, we did
we
talk
won't
about
just
that, yeah.
we just won't argue the color of cheese. We will also argue other things as well at your behest. So send them to us. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com on 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun, ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Well, it certainly was incredible theater. It was like going to one of them 1940s movies that were so long that they had an intermission. And they did. They
The
did.
Brutalist.
They did have an intermission. It's just that it really wasn't halftime because they ended up playing a half of another half afterwards.
They did indeed.
That's called a fourth. That's not a fourth.
Of basketball.
That's a fourth.
A half of a half. A fourth of the game.
Yeah.
But Ohio State wins.
Yep.
Sending Nebraska to its third straight defeat, or was this three?
This was
four.
Four straight and five and 6.
It is.
Can't wait to see how you're going to spin this one, Mr. Spin Boy.
What are they? Texas A&M baseball?
Welcome to the Spin Zone. That's what this segment is. Get O'Reilly on the air, Nick.
John's the spin doctor.
Yep, he is.
Why am I the spin doctor? I haven't spun anything yet. It's kind of hard to spin this. If these are the top individual scoring games since 2006. So this isn't the all-time list. This is just since 2006. Some people call these last 20 or so years the gory days of Nebraska basketball.
Do they?
Nice.
I don't know, but they probably could.
They do now, thanks to John. Blue Jay Bishop.
But Bryce Williams, 43 last night.
And you know that the last...
Yes.
Okay, you know that it came on the last shot of the game.
Yes.
That didn't mean anything except for giving him the all-time record.
So poor Eric Piatkowski, who did it in heroic fashion, helping Nebraska win a Big 8 conference tournament, now gets erased from the record books.
Wow.
In a disappointing loss, to which some people believe it will be the end of times for this season. But if you look at it, the top 3 of the top 5 top scoring performances of the last 20 seasons have come in losses.
Yep.
Teddy Allen's came against Kansas. Or was it? No, Penn State.
I was going to say
Penn
Kansas,
State. Penn State. Alex March, that came in a loss back in 2007.
One of them.
One of them. Yeah, Alex March had 3
he
of the
shows
top
up on
5.
here a few times.
He does throw.
Yeah. Petaway, Siobhan Shields,
Mm-hmm.
Andrew White, that effer Andrew White.
Yes, we'll ever forget that. Oh, it was, and because we were driving back, I didn't get a chance to see all of it because there were so many other good games on too. I was watching the end of the Villanova game.
Mm-hmm.
John's like, why would I willingly watch Nebraska?
It's his job. It's a part of our job, Nick. It's part of our job description.
Yeah. I saw the parts that counted.
The bad parts.
The end.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
it wasn't bad. I mean, they had a chance.
That's true.
They had many chances.
On many sides.
I mean, you had a 5-point lead with less than 2 minutes to go in the first overtime.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen one of those squiggly line charts about win percentages or win probabilities, but I'm guessing Nebraska was
roller coaster.
The old chart was trending in Nebraska's direction.
We call that a we.
I mean, it was a game certainly played last night by 2 bubble teams.
Definitely, yeah.
Neither team could really assume full control. Neither team apparently could play defense last night.
I was honestly surprised that Nebraska was able to make it as interesting as they did. They got off to another horrible start, which has just become just this absolute worst pattern and is perhaps one of the biggest reasons to not believe in them to be a tournament team. And if they don't make it, which again, I don't think that they will, we are going to look back at the starts that they had in a variety of these games over the last month and say it was that. They got off to the bad start against Northwestern. They ended up coming back and winning. Bad start against Penn State. It didn't matter. They got absolutely, blown out in that one. I guess not so much a bad start in the Michigan game, but, when you're not making any shots, it's going to obviously be really, really difficult. Horrible start to the Minnesota game over the weekend, and then another bad start in this one. And it's funny because outside the Penn State game, they fought back. They fought back in all of them, and the games are going down to the wire. They have the lead. They have the lead in overtime. They have the lead late against Minnesota over the weekend. Of course, they regained the lead against Northwestern, and they had the lead against Michigan. Just unable to actually get it done.
I mean, yeah, folks are going to look back and they're going to say, well, if it hadn't been for this call and it hadn't been for this call. But the truth is this, Nebraska crapped down its leg at Penn State.
Yeah, that there's like no discussion to even have about that game.
Nobody else pitched in against Michigan. It was Bryce Williams against the world.
Correct. He had,
offensively.
What was the stat at one point? It was 19 of their 22 points or something like that. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Minnesota, you mentioned it.
They get down by 19.
We can lament the last 10, 15 seconds all we want, but you wouldn't have been in that position if you could have just played him to a stalemate in the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
And so, John, think about all of the effort it requires.
And then, of course, last time.
It requires to come back in a game like that.
It does.
You have to use so much mental and physical energy just to make it interesting. And just to get – and they got the lead. Like, again, valiant effort by them to take the lead. And it's just really, really difficult. Yeah, Peter points it out. 18 of the 21 points at the half. That was the Michigan game for Bryce Williams. 18 of 21 at the half.
Right. So, still, at the end of the day, you really have yourself to blame.
Definitely.
For a lot of these issues. And, as it continues to pile up and now, you're staring down the road at Iowa and sure, you've got a good chance of winning this game. You're going to be favored by 5, 6, 7, 8 points probably. Torvik's got it at 6.5. Iowa's a team. But then again, Iowa is a team just like Nebraska. It's a team. Now, Iowa's not really on the bubble, but they might as well be. Because a lot of those teams in that ballpark, and there are a lot of them, which is another reason why I push back at every effort to try to expand the tournament. Because all you're doing is allowing more of that in.
John, when Caleb Henry, he filled in yesterday, when we were going through the neighborhood segment, we ended up kind of dovetailing into this conversation about that and how where Nebraska sat, which was in the next whatever out, those teams would have all been in. And then you would have had to have another group of 4 to 8 teams to say, these are actually the teams now. These are the next 4 out, or these are the next 8 out, or the first 4 out. And just imagining that group of teams, given the kind of slop that is in that conversation right now, Nebraska going into last night, in theory, would have been in the tournament. Now maybe they would have been out in the expanded world. But those are the group, those are the North Carolinas of the world. Those are the types of teams that we're talking about. And as we were looking at with the graphic that you gave us from Bart, it's a lot of teams from the power conferences. I think it was 7 Power League teams and then a team from the Mountain West, Colorado State. And that was it.
So I wanted to look and just see, because certainly a lot of folks believe that, Nebraska's tournament hopes basically went up in smoke last night. Before we get to that, though, obviously there is a tournament that is still very makeable.
Talking about the Big Ten tournament?
The Big Ten tournament.
Are you talking about the Crown?
Well, talking about the Big Ten tournament. As of today, Nebraska's still in. But there are so many teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams fighting for those last few spots. And remember, 3 teams get left out. And there's the website, bball.notnothing.net, which is a great resource when you want to try to calculate, what's
going to happen.
You want to calculate what's going to happen and what the tournament bracket's going to look like.
And all those things.
And with just, you've got your games of tonight and then the games of this weekend, and that's it for the regular season. They pre-fill in the teams that are favored.
Yeah.
to win. And so all I did was slide the Nebraska win over Iowa over to a loss.
And do they miss the tournament if they lose?
And they would miss the tournament. They would finish,
assuming that
they would, assuming
that
all
chalk
as
holds
soon as
true.
the chalk holds, and of course that's a big assumption.
Yes, it is.
But that's all it would take. And by the way, that's even if Iowa loses tonight, because this has Michigan State beating Iowa, which they should. I mean, it is Michigan State.
Yeah.
But they are playing the game in Iowa City. So even if Iowa loses tonight, it's still very, very, very doable because of the other teams that Nebraska is fighting with. Well, Minnesota and Rutgers are playing each other. So one of those teams is going to win, which gives them an advantage.
Legally required.
Now, Minnesota's got Wisconsin tonight because Rutgers is not playing tonight. Minnesota plays tonight. So if Minnesota wins, if they were to somehow upset Wisconsin at Minnesota, then that puts the Gophers in a really good spot. Northwestern is one of these teams. Northwestern plays this weekend at Maryland. So that, and again, according to the bball.nothing.net, they've already got that, assuming a Maryland win.
Yeah.
Rutgers, as I mentioned, is playing Minnesota. Iowa's got Michigan State tonight,
And then
Nebraska. And USC has Washington tonight and UCLA this weekend. And again, going by chalk, they've got USC winning tonight, losing this weekend. And again, all I needed to do was flip that one result over. Iowa beating Nebraska.
And then they miss
And
it.
Nebraska would finish in a 5-way tie for 12th. But they would be the last team of those 5, thus placing 16th.
Thus not getting into
not getting in. And the tiebreaker, if you're wondering, it's based on round robin. And Nebraska's record against the other schools in this round robin is 1-4.
Going into this?
Assuming that this
so
scenario plays out.
They would finish 1-4.
Assuming this scenario plays out, they would have lost to Minnesota. They would have lost twice to Iowa. They would have lost to USC. And they would have lost to Minnesota.
I think that was 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Minnesota? I maybe I said Minnesota. They lost it to Minnesota, Iowa twice, and USC. The only win was Northwestern.
Okay, so that would have been, it would be 1-4.
So they would be 1-4. And that right there tells you all you need to know. Because the teams that are right there in their neighborhood, Minnesota, Northwestern, USC, Iowa, if this scenario plays out, they go 1-4.
Yeah.
I mean,
Adam texts in that game against Iowa next week will likely be Fran's last game. No chance NU wins that game. That would be typical Iowa to come into Lincoln and just completely ruin everything.
It would. It would.
John writes, I understand that basketball is what is going on right now, but God, I hate this time of year.
Should talk more baseball.
Now,
I agree.
You keep saying all these things, and yet you're about to give us facts on why folks like John, Joe, and Vegas are going to be sad because Nebraska will continue to play and win games and go to the NCAA tournament.
Again,
Bishop.
This is only to say, now what we just talked about was a objective tournament, the Big Ten tournament, where it's all about where you place.
Yeah.
There's no selection committee yet for the Big Ten tournament. The NCAA tournament, on the other hand, is a subjective tournament for the most part, unless you win your conference and then you get automatic bid. But you have to impress the eyes and the
ears,
knowledge of the committee.
Yeah. So how are they going to do that?
And so with that said, here's what I did. I went to Torvik.
Classic.
Because Torvik updates daily.
Look at that, John. They're all the way down there. So wait, real quick. You're going to say if they expand the tournament this year, then they'd be.
No.
Understand.
No,
I totally get it.
No,
yep. 76 teams are in.
No.
Okay.
According to Bart Torvik's T-Ranketology, Nebraska is now the 6th team out. The 6th team out. Behind Boise, Indiana, Oklahoma, Cincinnati, and SMU.
Man, that win last night would have gone a long way.
Oh, it would have, because look at where Ohio State is.
Yep.
Ohio State's in the last 4 byes.
Yep.
Now, more on that in just a minute.
Okay.
So this is Mr. Hoiberg's neighborhood. These are the teams, essentially, that Nebraska has to compare itself to today in terms of their resume. So what I did was I dialed up the old resume, and this is via the NCAA, and wanted to compare Nebraska to those other 17, we'll call them the bubble teams, according to Bart Torvik, and where they rank in connection with those other 17 bubble teams.
Okay.
In the net, Nebraska's 17th. So 17th out of 18. The numbers that are highlighted in red, those are bad marks. The numbers that are highlighted in green, I believe, are good marks.
I'm colorblind, John. I can barely tell the difference between these.
Well,
numbers.
then that's why you're here, and that's why the people on the radio who don't have access to this chart, I'm going to explain.
Okay.
17th is red and 4th is green.
Yeah, just make them like blue and
I
red.
mean, 17th out of 18, not good.
I can figure that out. I'm smart.
But
yes,
the average opponent net ranking is 4th best. 4th best out of 18. That's green. That's good.
Cool. They're playing good teams.
Their net strength of schedule amongst these other 18 bubble teams is 7th. That's also good.
Upper half.
Also good. Now, here's where Nebraska struggles.
Non-con bad.
The non-con strength of schedule.
Horrible.
Of all of these 18 bubble teams on Bart Torvik, they are 14th. 14th out of this group of 18. They're 185th in the country.
Yeah.
Which is basically in the middle of the pack. Yeah. Well, we knew going into the season, hey, Nebraska's they're not loading up the non-conference here.
Yeah. They beat
this was going to be something that was going to be used against them.
They played
at some point.
2 good teams. They went 1-1. They beat Creighton. They lost to St. Mary's.
Correct. Quad 1 games. This is total games against Quad 1.
Okay.
They've played 15 of them.
Okay.
That's tied for 4th, or that's actually 4th. It's 1 off the lead.
Okay.
There are 3 other schools that have played
So 3
6
teams are tied for
or
first.
played 16 Quad 1 games. In terms of Quad 1 wins, Nebraska's tied for 3rd. They've got 5. That's also 1 behind the lead.
Could have had 6 after last night.
Could have had 6.
Tough.
Which would have tied them for the lead.
Bummer.
Q3, Q4 losses. They're tied for 4th. That's bad.
So what do you got? You got obviously the Minnesota game, and then is it the USC Rutgers? It's one of those two.
Let's see. The Quad 2 loss is probably
the USC.
Yeah.
So I think,
and then they have 2 Quad 3 losses.
So I think
Minnesota's 1
and Rutgers. I believe
and Rutgers is 1.
Okay. So
but
that's not bad.
I combine those categories, Q3 and Q4.
Sure.
But they've got the 4th most losses.
Okay.
Which is not good. Overall wins. Now this, again, overall wins doesn't, they're not just lining up all the 20-win teams and putting them in the tournament.
But
they're 14th out of this group.
Not good.
And then road wins, I didn't really assign whether it's good or bad, but I wouldn't say it's terrible. They're 9th. They have 5 road wins.
Yeah.
Which is 2 behind the lead. So it's close enough to be there. My point, before I get to my point, let me point out one other thing. And that is, I went the wrong way. Oh, did I not put that slide up there? I did not. I apologize. I'll leave this one up.
I forgive you, John.
So when I looked at all of the resumes, and again, this is using the NCAA's, what they call their
team sheet.
Yeah, it's the team sheet, but they the nitty gritties. They got a cute little name for it. The nitty gritties.
Don't like that.
I know you don't.
Don't like any of those words.
Goofy.
Yeah.
Goobery.
Dumb.
I saw out of these 18 schools, 2 resumes that I thought were clearly better than Nebraska's. Like if I were just looking at these as a committee person and only judging on this, and this is an important distinction. The committee is not just using these numbers. They're going to use either Torvik or they're going to look at some of the analytics and Ken Palms, and they're going to use the eye test.
Okay, Ford. That's not going to do them wonders.
It may not. But again, just looking at these resume points, I only see 2 teams that, in my opinion, clearly have a better resume than Nebraska. One is Ohio State. Ohio State has the most quad 1 wins. Ohio State's opponent net ranking is 15 spots better than Nebraska's.
Oh, wow. So it's 14th.
And their non-conference strength of schedule is 146 spots better than Nebraska.
Oh, my gosh.
In the nation.
39th.
In the nation.
Wow. Okay.
And they have no Q3 or Q4 losses.
Yeah,
and the other team that I saw among this list that I thought clearly had a better resume than Nebraska was West Virginia. Their opponent net was 11 spots better than Nebraska. Their non-conference strength of schedule was 126 spots better than the Huskers.
Okay.
And they also have the most Q1 wins, and they have no Q3, Q4 losses. But that's it. Just using these metrics, those were the only 2 teams when I looked at their resume and I said, man, that team and that team, to me, clearly look like they have better resume than Nebraska. So the point is this. In my opinion, Nebraska's right there with all of those other 15 teams. Now, that's just looking at those metrics.
Numbers.
It is not looking at Ken Palm. It is not looking at Torvik. It is not using the eye test.
See, and that's
what the committee will do. But
they're really going to fail.
But if you want to look at it from just a resume standpoint, in my opinion, it is premature to say that Nebraska's tournament hopes are dead.
I definitely disagree.
As of today, March the 5th, 2025.
Adam says it's more likely NU doesn't make the Big Ten tournament. I can't believe people still think they have a chance to make the NCAA tournament. I tend to be with him.
And that's fine. If you want to believe that, that's fine. But as of today, March the 5th, they're in the Big Ten tournament.
They are, yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
And if they beat Iowa on Sunday, which is definitely doable.
It's doable.
Then they're going to be in the Big Ten tournament.
Well, there was a comment that said there is a scenario where they win and they still don't make it. Now, you'd have to probably mess with a lot of permutations.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't even know what that would look like. Probably some weird crap, right? You can tell me some gnarly
You know
upsets.
what? I'll see if I can play around with this thing a little bit during a break and see if I can find that scenario where Nebraska wins and still doesn't make it.
Yeah.
But
I just think, and I know they don't do the last 10 game thing anymore, right? Like they don't do those types of things.
They don't.
But you look over the course now,
they
say they don't. You look over the course of this season, and it is very inconsistent, and all bubble teams are going to be very inconsistent. But I really think that some of those blowout losses, and I think that the eye test, which they're not going to say that, but I think that that is going to matter because it does not look like a good basketball team right now. Wildly inconsistent from game to game. They are losing more than they are winning right now. They are 1-5 in their last 6 games. And it's all been laid out for them, and they have not been able to do it. And I really think what really, really hurts them lately is that loss to Minnesota. That was the one thing that was really helping them out when we started doing this exercise a month ago, probably. The losses in the Q3, Q4 was either 1 or 0, depending on the day that we did it, because one of the games just kind of ping-pong back and forth. To add that second one onto the ledger and for it to be a home game, absolutely brutal.
Well, when you look at the last 6 games, they have a loss to a clearly, we'll call it upper tier NCAA tournament team in Maryland.
Oh, okay, Maryland.
They have a game against Northwestern, which is clearly not an NCAA tournament team, where it took a crazy comeback to win.
Yep.
Then you have a loss at Penn State, a team that is not in consideration for the tournament. Then you have a competitive but, rather rock fighty loss to another clear NCAA team.
In Michigan.
Then you have a home loss to another team who is clearly not going to make the tournament. And then you have last night against Ohio State, a loss against a fellow bubble team.
Yeah.
So when you just look at that, and I agree with you, by the way,
on the Minnesota
on the last handful of games.
Yeah.
It used to they used to really talk about the pundits, the bracketologists, even the committee would talk about last 10.
They don't do it.
What's your record in the last 10? They supposedly took that out, but everybody's eye test is subjective.
Correct.
And the eye test of the last 3 weeks is going to be what I just outlined for you.
Not good.
And that is you're losing to teams that aren't even in the conversation. You're losing to fellow bubble teams. And, you're having to fight to beat the one team you did who's clearly not an NCAA tournament team.
Yeah.
And so if a committee member has that percolating in the back of their head, and how much of this are they actually thinking about? Who knows? It varies from committee member to committee member to committee member. But certainly somewhere out there, those optics are not going to look good.
Open back up the little the page that you can do some stuff because Justin has this scenario, and he does say it's unlikely.
Okay.
But all right, you ready? So Nebraska beats Iowa. Obviously, you have that one set.
Yep.
Minnesota beats Wisconsin.
Okay.
USC wins both of their games.
Okay.
And Rutgers beats Minnesota. That should be the scenario that keeps
And
Nebraska
Rutgers, all right.
beats Minnesota.
Calculate.
Does that indeed?
No.
No, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay.
They'd
So
be
Justin
14th.
Justin, you're wrong.
Now maybe there's other permutations in here.
With some
I'm
of the other
guessing
games.
it probably means Iowa wins tonight, right?
Let's do that, I guess.
Nope.
Nope.
That doesn't do it either.
Oh, wait. Justin adds Northwestern also needs to beat Maryland.
Northwestern needs to beat Maryland. Let's run
Again,
that.
another unlikely thing.
Nope. Still in.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me do one more thing.
All right.
Nope. Still in.
Okay. All right. Good. Star Wars.
I'm not saying you're wrong. There's so many other permutations out there. Maybe.
Sure. Star Wars Fiend says they blew their chance at 20 wins at Penn State. That was the one, man. That game is, after the comeback
and that was an ugly game.
It was horrible. They got off to another bad start, and that was after the bad start against Northwestern. If they were ever going to not have a bad start, you would figure it was going to be that one. After the whiteboard stuff, after the comeback against Northwestern, that really should have been the, oh my gosh, is there a concern that they're about to lose out?
Right.
And, I mean, maybe hindsight's 20/20, right? But certainly is looking like that right now.
Thoughts? 402-951-1620. We'll tackle a little bit later on in the Grum today if this is going to, if Nebraska doesn't make the NCAA tournament, how disappointing of the season would this be?
Yeah, and I got an email at the end of the show yesterday. We just got a text from a listener about a certain seat and the temperature of a seat.
Oh.
One of them is mad at the media, and one is just an opinion. So
Okay.
you can read those comments as well.
Yeah, we'll get to all of that and more if you have thoughts. 402-951-1620 on there are too many lines on the Devaney Center floor for the Girls State Tournament hotline.
Nice.
Which they're getting ready for another game. Arlington is playing.
The Eagles versus the Eagles.
Do you know where Arlington is, Josh?
West
Texas, Virginia.
Yeah, it's a suburb of Dallas.
No. Arlington, Nebraska.
Let's go southwest.
Arlington, Nebraska is just outside of Fremont. It's basically between here and Fremont.
It's like 20 minutes away.
It's well, depending on these gnarly roads today, it might be like 35.
I've never been to Arlington, Nebraska. Oh,
right there
it
on
is.
Highway 30.
Oh, it's north of Bennington. Oh, there it is. Oh, I drive on Highway 30. I have before. No, never mind. I usually take, what's the one from Bennington? That's the highway I usually
Highway
take.
36.
Highway 36. I usually take Highway 36. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's 43 minutes from where we are right now. There it is.
Yes, I'm aware.
Oh, that's who's playing?
That's who's playing.
Man, that's pretty cool.
Arlington.
Nice.
I didn't see who they're playing.
Mm.
I don't
go
remember.
Eagles.
They're playing the Eagles.
I basically count them as Fremont. They're like a suburb.
I thought you were just trolling me.
They're playing another Eagles team. They're both the Eagles playing each other right now.
Really
which I
should
didn't
get
think
better
was legal.
nicknames. I mean, they really should get better nicknames. All the minor league baseball teams have changed their nicknames to goofy, stuff. Yeah, why not some high schools too?
Mm.
The Milford Eagles.
Oh, it's Milford. Oh my God,
You always can tell a Milford, man.
I mean, Milford basically is Lincoln. So it's like It's basically Fremont versus Lincoln. It's
Lincoln.
basically my hometowns going up against each other.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Well, you definitely could use a bathroom upgrade. I mean, when's the last time you had a bath? If you have had a bathroom upgrade recently, then I guess I'm not talking to you. But most of us, yours truly included, could probably use a nice bathroom upgrade because who wouldn't like that walk-in shower? Who wouldn't want something more modern and functional? Well, right now, YHIC can help, and they can do so extremely affordably. Transform your space, save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Yes, you can turn your bathroom into a spa-like retreat with their premium USA-made materials that will look great for years. And financing now that you can handle. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. That takes you all the way into 2026. So call today, 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation to see if YHIC can do something for your bathroom. Save up to 30% on that bathroom remodel, and it's a limited time offer. So let me repeat, 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call 402-764-1720 today. 402-764-1720. And did I mention 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months? It's all happening right now because you're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better and your bathroom. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Am I read this right? Do we have more cool things to give away this week?
More cool things
on the Grum?
Nick.
Yes.
1620 The Zone teaming up with Site One Brewing.
What? I've been to Site One Brewing
for the half off deal. You know, the buy $50 in gift vouchers for only $25.
Yeah.
Site One, local brewery that creates unique experience within their tap house, where you can explore a variety of ever-changing locally crafted beers, located at 2566 Farnham Street in Omaha. So check out the Zone deal this Friday morning at 9, 1620thezone.com. And allegedly, we have $50 in gift certificates or gift vouchers to Site One Brewing to give away.
We do. And you know how we're going to do it?
No, because I'm just being made aware of this.
Well, this to me sounds like the perfect one beer Friday thing.
Whoa, to a brewery, Nick?
Exactly.
How'd you come up with that idea?
You know what? I came to me in a dream.
And it's a great local brewery.
And you know what? Just to spice it up, if you want to go ahead and send us those things early, maybe you were snowed in last night and just got sauced watching the Creighton or Nebraska games.
Probably for the best.
I mean, we could just accept those entries right now as long as they use the hashtag One Beer Friday.
We could. We can start accepting those entries right now on March 5th.
It seems like we're accepting the entries now on March 5th.
And then Friday, I'll slide into your DMs if you won.
Yes.
Wow.
So take a pic of what it is you're drinking or maybe intend to be drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday and send it to us in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. And Nick's going to pick some at random to win $50 in gift vouchers to Site One Brewing. This week's Zone deal at 1620thezone.com, Friday morning at 9.
Nice job. Good work by everybody.
So we had the friend of the Grum say that there is a scenario where Nebraska wins on Sunday but still doesn't make the tournament.
Yes. You have been unable to find this, right?
I don't believe that's possible.
Okay.
Because I think for that to happen, Nebraska needs to bring another team into the tie. And if they beat Iowa, even if Iowa wins tonight, if they beat Iowa, Nebraska will finish ahead of Iowa because they'll have one more win. And thus Iowa will be doom, locked out.
Okay. So we've been unable to find it. Justin, if you can find this on that website, send us a screenshot, honestly.
If anyone can find the scenario that Nebraska wins on Sunday and doesn't make the Big Ten tournament, but I don't believe that it is possible.
Okay. Some responses coming in to you saying Nebraska is still fine and they're going to make the tournament.
I didn't say they are still fine and they're going to make the tournament. I'm just saying their chances aren't dead.
Michael writes, this year would be an epic disappointment given what they accomplished last year, who came back this year, and who they got in the portal. The wins they had early against Creighton, they beat Oregon, Illinois, Washington, Ohio State, but then you lose to the bottom tier of the league almost night in and night out. I think Fred is gone. Who knows, Cotton? Maybe a bold move, and he's gone before their NIT bid this year.
Well, first off, if Nebraska finishes in that position where they're one of the first Big Ten teams not to make the tournament, they're probably going to the Crown.
The Crown, baby. Put that little crown next to their name on the Fox graphic.
Yeah.
I do not think Fred is going to get fired, though.
Well,
people love to put Fred on the hot seat.
Yeah, I didn't mean to step on this.
Please, go ahead.
All right. So we got an email yesterday. We were logging off. We were saying goodbye. Good luck and good night to everybody. When Zach emailed in with the subject line that read, it's pathetic that there is no hot seat discussion around here for Hoiberg. Fred's current Big Ten record at Nebraska is 37-79, which is 319. The fact that Nebraska media has been making excuses for him, not holding him accountable, is precisely why pathetically bad Nebraska program is the only major basketball program that has never won an NCAA tournament game. It's never held to any sort of reasonable standard. Until this program wins an NCAA tournament game, nothing it does matters. And not only is that not going to happen this season, they probably won't win a game in the Big Ten tournament this season, if they even make it. But Fred will be back next season because Nebraska is woefully underinvested in the basketball program, and they are not held accountable for it. That email from Zach into the Equitable Bank inbox.
Woefully underinvested? Interesting.
I mean, they definitely invest.
Yes, they do.
You look at where they spend in the conference. It is not number one, but they spend.
Hoiberg's in the upper half of coaches' salaries.
Correct. They plugged a lot of money into it. Now, I don't know if that makes it better or worse then.
Right.
They are investing in it.
Well, this would be my open-ended question for anyone. Beyond the money, AKA the contractual buyout that it would take. Because I think a lot of people, if someone would throw out that idea, hey, Hoiberg's on the hot seat, he should be let go if they don't make the tournament. One of the first, if not the first argument that will be made is, well, but look at the buyout. They're going to do a big stadium renovation. They canceled the Tennessee series because of money.
Yeah.
Can they afford to do another multi-million-dollar buyout of a basketball coach?
Mm-hmm.
Slide that off to the side and ask yourself this. What is the best reason to maintain the course?
What about this from Amazing Daniel? I'm a huge skeptic of Hoiberg's, but you do not fire the coach one season after what they did last year. And I don't know if he's saying made the tournament or if he's talking about how he won Big Ten Coach of the Year or if it's both. But that did happen, I would say that the program was going in one direction for the first, this is year 7, right? For the first 4 years. Is it year 6? I always forget. Year 6.
I think it's 6. I can't keep track either. It's
1924.
These years are just flying by.
This is year 6. You're right. This is year 6. First 4 years, bad. Horrible. Well, first 3.5 years, horrible.
Mm-hmm.
End of year 4 turns around. Year 5, they make the tournament. I mean, that's true progress, right?
Right.
They have found true progress. And this year, stinks because they're most likely they're on their way towards not making the NCAA tournament. In a year where they very much had a chance. The bubble is soft again. The team ceiling is fairly high.
Mm-hmm.
The floor is obviously very low. Jimmy, though, now this is so I just brought up maybe an argument for it. An argument against that would be what Jimmy says. I have a hard time finding where in Fred's career I can lean on. ISU has been successful without him. And the thing that, you look back on what he did there and you say, can it even be replicated anymore? Because everyone is taking advantage of that advantage that he had. And that's of course, the transfer portal. There's a part of me that just says, and this is a dumb reason. I think it's a dumb reason. Maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. I just cannot imagine Nebraska basketball ever finding somebody with the resume that he had coming into the program to be their coach. And again, that's not a good reason, right? To keep somebody. But I just can't imagine this program, the one that I've watched since the 90s, the one that you have watched since the 70s or 80s, this program, finding a coach that is more accomplished, has done more, seemingly in their prime still as a coach. This is not some like late stage Howard Schnellenberger to Oklahoma kind of hire.
Mm-hmm.
At least it didn't seem like it. But man, the resume here sucks.
But how much? Because sometimes we can get too wrapped up in the resume.
Sure.
The resume is great, but the resume is past. This is present.
Mm-hmm.
We are 10 years removed, exactly, from Hoiberg's last season at Iowa State.
Wow.
It's a long time ago.
It is.
We're 10 years removed from that. So if your argument is, well, but who are you going to find that has a better resume? That doesn't matter.
Yeah, and for the record, that's why I was presenting that. I don't think it matters. But I also don't think that
I hate to be put in a position where it sounds like I am advocating that if Nebraska doesn't make the tournament, they fire Fred Hoiberg.
No,
but it is a good question, I think, to ask. Forget about the money. Forget about the buyout. What is the reason why this course is still the correct course? Because, yes, you can say, as Daniel did, well, you can't do it after what they did last year.
Yeah.
But then the argument is, well, but they returned some very key players, including a player that is better, much better than the so-called star they lost last year.
So-called?
Well, he was a star, but he wasn't an all-conference player. Bryce Williams is an all-Big Ten conference player, which means you're in the conversation for an All-American. Casey was not in any of those conversations.
He was not.
He was a great story. He was a great shooter. He gave thrilling moments, but he was not Bryce Williams. Bryce Williams is an all Big Ten player and has literally carried this team on his back at times for a good chunk of this season.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, and based on the portal people that you brought in, you could make the argument that, man, you should have making the tournament should have been the baseline.
It should have been. And you watch how they played in the first 2 months.
You could make that argument.
You watch how they played in the first 2 months, and I thought you could say the same thing.
Sure.
D'Lo tweets in, JTech Construction's on Twitter feed. Hoiberg is a Bryce. Hoiberg is a Bryce free throw away at the end of regulation from taking this team to back-to-back tournament appearances since when? Essentially saying...
The 90s.
And it is. It would be since 94, 93, 94. And that's true. Like, this whole discussion is based off of a loss that they very well could have won. But, I mean, we have said that about a lot of the games now in the last 6 that they very much could have won.
But
they also could have lost to Northwestern, and they won that.
Right. Sure, you can look at it that way, but you wouldn't have been in that position if you wouldn't have crapped the bed against Minnesota at home, if you wouldn't have crapped the bed at Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we can look at this in several different ways.
Sure. Yeah, O-Trips writes, that's basketball. It definitely is. Jordan asks, will rev share help or hurt Nebraska ball in the future? Excellent question. I mentioned it last week, and Caleb and I talked about it a little bit yesterday. One of my sources is telling me that Nebraska is going to have about $16 million allocated to the football program. That leaves $4.5 million. Unlike a lot of the programs around the country, Nebraska is going to, I would assume, have money set aside for volleyball. And so what's that going to look like? Because that cuts into the pie of all the sports, but it cuts into the pie of men's basketball.
Correct.
Also women's basketball.
Correct.
I guess in theory, baseball. So, like, what is that going to mean for men's basketball moving forward?
Hard to say.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Hard to say.
Yeah, I actually don't think that there's an easy answer in this whole discussion.
No, I don't either.
If somebody wants to make the argument to fire him, I'll hear it. Like, I have no issue with having that discussion. If somebody says,
"Oh, we know you don't,"
if somebody says there's no way they can fire him, I will say I'll hear your discussion too. Like, neither.
Oh, sure.
I think
I'll
both
listen.
sides can bring up great points.
Sure, I will.
Both sides, Josh.
That's what I am. At least with this discussion, I am. Partly because I don't feel like I have any skin in the game. Like, I got none. I'm not invested like a lot of people are.
Right.
My heart is not broken right now like a lot of other people are. And I don't dislike the guy either. So like on sometimes in the coaching discussion, it'd be kind of easy to say, no, I want to keep him. I like that guy, or fire him. That guy sucks.
Right.
I have no opinion on him really either way, honestly. I on one hand, I think the Iowa State years are a long time ago. It's a long time ago.
It might as well be a lifetime ago.
I mean, seriously.
It's a lifetime of college basketball ago. It's an entirely different sport.
NCAA. Think about all that has changed in college basketball and in the NCAA since 15. I mean, come on. What are we talking about?
We have these conversations about Matt Rule.
Yeah.
Not is he on the hot seat, but we have these conversations about, well, has the sport changed so much since the last time he was good in it? And that was, 3-4 years after Hoiberg ended his turn at Iowa State?
Yeah.
Was it 2019?
Yeah, 4 years. So 4 years after he finished. I mean, he was there as Hoiberg was beginning his time at Nebraska.
Correct.
So,
10 years. Whew.
Yeah.
Also, it was a different conference.
Amazing, Daniel. I have a hard time making the decision based on one season. I think next year it'll be clear if he can maintain anything, or last year was a flash.
Well, you're not making it based on one season. Anytime you make a move, you're looking at the totality of it.
You're looking at 6.
But
I understand what he's saying, though. Let's see if they can do this.
And again, the argument is you could look at this and say, well, one of these things is not like the other.
100%.
And it was last year that wasn't like the other because all the 100%. Others were disappointing or downright,
bad. Horrible. Awful.
Horrible.
Terrible.
Even last year, toward the beginning of the season, because they kind of started out pretty bad, people were still calling for Hoiberg to be on the hot seat. I feel like in the time since I've been cognizant of Nebraska basketball, which hasn't been very long, that people, at least some point in the season, have been calling for him to be fired.
His regime, and I feel very comfortable in saying this, has been like insanely disappointing. I was thinking the other day about the shows that we did in the last week of 2019, because we did kind of a decade-long retrospective on sports in probably around the country, but also in Nebraska. And we had Sipple on, who's going to join us next, actually. And I asked him the question of, this is probably the decade where they finally get the win, right? In the tournament. Mm-hmm. It's going to happen because they just hired, Hoiberg was in month 2 on the job. And to think about how I viewed him in that moment and what has happened to the program since then, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because this is what Nebraska sports are, but man, I did not see this coming. I thought that that they were going to be competent. I thought that the amount of points that they scored in a game like last night was going to be kind of more of a regular, maybe not 100, but 70s and 80s, more of a regular occurrence. Meanwhile, they scored 46 last week and lose to Michigan. Yikes.
Coming up, Steve Sipple will join us, and we will continue this conversation. And yes, Joe in Vegas will talk
football, baby. It's football time.
No, it's not. It's March 3rd.
Football
March
time.
5th.
6 months from today is my birthday,
there's
John.
no
there will be
football.
football on that night.
Do you know what 6 months is? That's a half a year.
Yeah, it feels like September 5th was yesterday, but it was 6 months ago.
Yeah.
September 5th will again feel like tomorrow.
Well, half a year, you can give a gift of a lifetime by being a good guy. GoodGuysSaveLives.com to find out how you can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and help hundreds of others through tissue donation. I was told of a story of a young woman here in this area who was kind enough to have checked that donor registration box when she first got her driver's license. Sadly, she died in an accident. But because she was a donor, her organs saved a handful of lives and impacted so many others positively. Tissue donation like skin and bone grafts to help burn victims or cancer patients get reconstructive surgery, corneas that restore sight, tendons that heal ACL tears, and other sports injuries. All of that made possible because one person did the selfless act of just checking that box and said, yes, I'll be a donor. And donors don't have to worry about any cost to their families after they're gone. Donors also can still have traditional funeral practices after most donations. Registering is very easy and anybody can do it. It does not matter your age. So the next time you renew that driver's license or your hunting or fishing license, do that. Check that box. Be a good guy today or visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. whoa. What the hell is this? It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul.
It's because it snowed yesterday.
With reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow.
Just like the wind.
Nice. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face.
A very handsome face.
He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space.
Probably a cave.
Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh!
Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Listen, the reason why Sip canceled on you yesterday is because he knew that Papa wasn't in the house.
Is that why it was, Sip?
He wanted to talk to a fellow old.
Daddy John wasn't home.
That's right.
I like that. I like when you refer to yourself as Papa.
Papa.
You love it when he calls him Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player.
When I walk in the house, I expect my children and my wife to say, "Welcome home, Big Papa."
Hey, Daddy's home.
Lick, lick, lick.
What was that?
John are growing old together. I didn't have a great reason for yesterday. I was battening down the hatches around the house.
Yeah.
In anticipation of the wind. I left my phone in my truck while I was doing it, and I was like, "Oh God."
Yeah.
I missed you by 6 minutes. I tried calling, by the way. I did try calling.
Oh, Nick, interesting. You didn't report this yesterday on the show.
This yesterday.
I didn't. The phone didn't go off.
Fasten. Well, that's probably about right. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
if anything, Sip, it gives us a chance to react to that exciting game last night.
Ugh!
Were you able to
watch?
What's that?
I did not watch it. I'm not going to lie. I don't have Peacock. I'm not going to pay for Peacock. It's sort of
I understand.
You could have came over to my house. I would have invited you over to watch the game.
Oh, yeah. Make him drive through the blizzard to get to your house.
He could have driven to Omaha at noon before the blizzard arrived. It was still 50.
I can still speak on it. I've talked to a lot of people who watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are those people saying? What are the people? Since you this is awesome. What did the people that you talked to who watched the game say to you? The person who did not watch it, and now what is your opinion on the game?
Oh, I mean, it depends who you talk to. There's like Robin watched it, who's on. He's the beat writer, a very good beat writer.
Yes, we're familiar with him.
He focused on the officiating quite a bit.
Yeah,
there were moments.
Bad. Yeah, when I understand it was bad. So there's that element. I mean, you can't have the discussion without mentioning Bryce Williams scored 43 points. And the big stat, though, to me was 20 of Nebraska's 25 points in the overtime periods. He's an extraordinary player. I'll say he's an extraordinary scorer. He's a very good player, period.
Yeah.
He's a beauty. He's leading the Big Ten in scoring now. He's up over 20 points a game. It's just that common. I guess I'm not as patient and tolerant with the program as a lot of fans are.
Mm-hmm.
Most fans are. I'm not. I think the expectations, I'm not going to get into this because we've talked about it before. I think the expectation level for that program is exceedingly low to its detriment. But whatever, it is what it is. They can still play their way into the tournament, the NCAA tournament, but it's going to be difficult, obviously.
And Sip, it was one of the posts that more people engaged with me in a while when I took that screenshot of your article this weekend, when you kind of you said, hey, if you don't want to have expectations, I don't remember the exact words, but basically it was along the lines of, if you don't have expectations,
he's right about football,
you become Nebraska basketball.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was interesting to see the reaction from some people on that, because
was it split or was it more anger?
I think some of it's anger because I think a lot of his people don't want to admit that that's the truth.
Right. Yeah, I mean, somebody suggested to me that it's insane to suggest that Fred be on the hot seat. It's not insane. I mean, it's insane to suggest otherwise. All you're doing, if you're saying it's insane, and I'm not saying you should be fired. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I want to make that clear. But should there be pressure on it? Yeah, there should be pressure on it. Of course, there should be. I mean, especially now, the reason I don't go too deep into the conversation is because there's still season to be played. They can beat Iowa. They can reel off 2 or 3 wins in the Big Ten tournament, and then you're in the big dance.
Mm-hmm.
But to suggest it's insane for questioning, Fred's situation that's insane, and that's what I'm suggesting.
Sure,
it's insanity to suggest that a coach, if he gets through 6 years with no NCAA tournament wins and 1 appearance, why is that okay at Nebraska and nowhere else? That's what I'd ask people. Why is that okay at Nebraska and literally nowhere else in the Power 4?
Why do you think it is okay? Why is it okay at Nebraska and not nowhere else?
That's just because the expectations over a period of 50 plus years, it's taken literally that long to. People will say, well, if they're competitive, he's trying to do something that's never been done here. Okay, all of that rhetoric is just low expectations. That's what it amounts to.
Mm-hmm.
All of that sort of everything I hear from people. And where we're like, it's an odd dichotomy because this is a school that fired 9-win football coaches, plural. So it's an odd discussion to me. And again, I think Fred's all right. I mean, I think he's doing okay. You got to factor in the NIL, and I don't think Nebraska's in great position that way. I don't think they're in a bad position, but they're not in great position, so that's a factor. And then Fred's just so likable. He's just, he's just a great dude, and people appreciate that. And I get that. He's a stand-up guy, doesn't make excuses or doesn't make a lot of them. So and that was the thing with Miles. I always thought Miles got a lot of rope because he was a great guy. 7 years, no NCAA tournament wins. I mean, that's just not going to fly anywhere. It doesn't fly anywhere but here, basically.
There are many times where I wish I could be or have been a fly on the wall inside the walls of Husker Athletics, Inc.
Yeah.
When big decisions were being made.
Yeah.
And one of those, because this would tell you a lot, and we'll probably get some indication if and when those numbers actually come out about how Nebraska plans to divvy up its rev share.
Oh, man, yes.
But the inner debate of, how much do we need to give to football? How much do we need to give to basketball? How much do we need to give to volleyball? How much do we then give to all the other sports? And the politicking or the reasons for or against why someone should get more and someone should get less, especially when it pertains to the basketball question, because I think that would tell you an awful lot about what is expected of that program.
Yes and no. I mean, I think there's a certain percentage that everybody would almost you have to give a certain percentage to football, and that's going to be across the board nationally, right? I don't think you're going to see a lot of swings in the power conferences where you're going to see some schools give the football program, or I don't think you'll see 80% at one school and 40% at another. Give it to football. It's
right.
It's a football-driven discussion.
It is, but let me put it to you. Go ahead.
Giving 70% to football, if you're a power program, what are you doing? I mean, just miss a creation of fun.
It's interesting you say that because Georgia publicized its numbers 2 weeks ago.
It's kind of low comparatively.
And it was 65% going to football.
That's ridiculous. That's surprising.
It was 65%. But let me throw out one scenario here for you because, right now, and we'll just use, $16 million. What's 16 million of 20 and a half, Josh, percentage-wise?
Real fast. That is 78.
Okay. If you took just $500,000 away and gave that to basketball, you could buy yourself a point guard. You could buy yourself a good shooter. One. And you can make the argument that one additional good player to a basketball team could be the difference between that team making a run and not. And you're taking $500,000 from football, you're allocating it to basketball.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't skew the percentages too terribly bad.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, now here's the question and these are sort of questions that you ask knowing there's no real answer right now.
Yes.
Could you do that? Could you make that decision like in a spontaneous manner? Hey, we got a point guard here, Matt Rule. We can get him, but we're going to need some of your money. Is it going to be like that, or how is it going to be allocated? When can you get to it? All of that is, and then what is what role is the collective playing in that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
When you have that. Now, I would say this about Nebraska: I don't think we should talk like we don't know what's going on. I mean, at the same time, you don't want to be irresponsible, but if people are wondering, like Nebraska doesn't have the NIL that Creighton does. They don't. It's probably half. From what I gather.
You're talking about basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah.
So that's where you defend. I would defend Fred on that.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fred, if I were Fred, I'd go to the AD and say, now look, Maryland just got a $10 million gift from a booster that says use this for basketball. $10 million to the Maryland basketball coach with incredible recruiting advantages in that area of the country. Okay, so $10 million. He gets $10 million and he's recruiting in that area. What do we do? I mean, how do we do this? So it's a very there's some remarkable conversations that go on. That's one of them. But I know that like if I were building a defense for Fred, I might start right there. You got to put him on even playing field with people, most notably Creighton.
Do you have any idea how Dannon feels about Fred and the Fred Hoiberg era, or at least the one that he has seen over the last 12 months?
I don't. I wish I did.
Yeah, me too.
I could have a private conversation. Dannon is very competitive. He's a very, and I know what you guys say. Well, isn't everybody? Aren't all ADs? No, I mean we've covered ADs here, guys that weren't. They're all competitive. It's just a matter of degree. And I thought Trev was really competitive, really bottom line oriented.
Mm-hmm.
He emphasized it, and I think Dannon's that way too. It wasn't as much of an emphasis with Eichhorst. He was more about treatment of student athletes, which is good. I mean, that's fine. It's just it's a matter of priorities and degrees you put on things. And I would say Dan, in my read, he puts a big emphasis on win-loss. So I would like to know what he thinks. And I'd really like to know, I mean, if we're getting down to that Fred conversation, I wouldn't be offended if Dannon told him, you got to make the tournament. It wouldn't be offensive to me. It wouldn't, I don't think it'd be out of bounds for him to say, this is your 6th year. You've only been there once. You haven't won a game. I need you to get to that tournament this year. I just don't see why, and maybe they will. They got it. They still got a shot. They've done a lot. That's what I think people need to remember. This team has done a lot. It's lost 5 of its last 6, but it has the Creighton win. It has an Illinois win. It has an Ohio State win. They have some very strong wins.
I think you meant Oregon, right? Not Ohio. Oregon.
Yeah. Well, Ohio State too.
They beat Ohio State on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
It's the most important event that happened that day, John. I
the Super Bowl?
No, the Nebraska win over Ohio State. No other sports happened that day. Just that basketball game. Just that basketball game.
Sip, Matt Rule said last week when he was on the Fox podcast with Urban Meyer, who many people wanted him for that job. People forget.
They did
there
want
were
Urban
a lot
Meyer.
of people that wanted Urban. They would have rather had Matt Rule doing the podcast and Urban Meyer answering the questions as Nebraska's head coach, and not the other way around.
Yes.
But that's not my point. My point is this: Matt Rule, when he was asked about the scheduling thing and canceling Tennessee and all that other stuff, he kind of prefaced everything by saying, "You know what? Been fired 4 times. Been fired in the NFL. I've been have all these jobs. I don't care what folks think anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna speak my mind."
Yep.
Is it okay that he might rustle a few jimmies around college football?
No, I think what he said was, and what you're talking about was what he said about scheduling.
Yes.
And that why do we, or what in the Big Ten, why do we have to load up our non-conference when we play 9 conference games and the SEC still has that 8-game schedule? When effectively what we do is play 3 non-conference games that might be judged to be easy, but we have because we have 9 conference games, we're going to have an inherently tough game like the SEC would in a 4th non-conference game. I know that sounded convoluted, but his point is something I agree with. It's something I've been saying for years. And I don't mind if Nebraska doesn't load up a non-conference schedule, understanding what it faces in the Big Ten. It doesn't. Now they're pressing it now. Obviously, they're with the schedules. Was it 2026 and 2027 that were recently announced? They're pressing it. I mean, it's but fundamentally, I agree with what he's saying. You shouldn't have to load up with what you face in the Big Ten.
Hey, Sip, let's say tomorrow, and I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. I do think the SEC is going to make this announcement, though, that they're moving to 9 games. Does that change the way that you view this discussion? If the SEC says, fine, we'll match you, and our teams are still going to be playing power schools, like, does your opinion on that change and say, oh, actually now Nebraska is being the weakling instead of just trying to be on an even playing field with the SEC in terms of number of power games?
It changes. Yeah, Josh,
okay.
It's a fair question, and of course it does.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't completely change it, but it affects it. The Big Ten's a bear. I mean, it's a really rough. It's rough, but then you get into the whole discussion about automatic bids, and if the Big Ten and the SEC have 4 automatic bids into a 14 or 16-team playoff, you have some wiggle room. You probably have quite a bit of wiggle room. You've probably 3 losses, you can still get in. So. It's all. I understand it. I also understand it from Matt's point of view when he's trying to build a program. That also affecting my outlook on it is he's talking in year 3. Now, if it's still year 6 and the SEC is in a 9-game conference schedule and it's year 6 in Nebraska and he's built the program to be, maybe it's been in the playoff once or twice. Then I start saying, challenge yourself a little bit. Go play an SEC team in a non-conference. So it's not. It's an opinion that can, it's affected by outside factors.
To be fair, though, I mean, this schedule change is coming in years 4 and 5 of the Matt Rule era. This is not like year 1 and 2 or even years 2 and 3. This will
be years 4 and 5.
Yeah, this is later on.
True. So he is. Now that's Matt Rule. That's not Steve Sipple. That's Matt Rule talking. Sure. He is. I mean, he is adamant about the SEC situation. So it probably where his program is. I don't think it affects the way he thinks that much. He's all about, look at what the SEC is doing, and the ACC for that matter. We don't talk about the ACC, but they only play 8 conference games as well.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Even though they also have an unwieldy conference. Though some of them do play Notre Dame every year, so that essentially bumps it up to 9.
Yeah. That Notre Dame component does add at least a little bit to it. But the other thing that a lot of the Southern schools have, they have those natural rivalries that are cross-conference. Georgia Tech.
Florida State.
Yeah. Whereas we don't have as many around here. We probably should, given how many conferences we've blown up in this.
I was going to say, it'd be cool if Nebraska had one of
and
those.
Missouri,
Yeah, Nebraska,
It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Or Nebraska, Colorado. I mean, we've seen it
kind of felt
4 out of the last, 6 years, 7 years?
Yeah, 8 years somewhere.
How hotly contested that series was?
I kind of wanted, I don't know, for some, maybe I was just caught up in the moment a little bit, but that's one question I wanted to ask Dan. And would you ever just consider making Colorado a permanent game because of how intense it is? I mean, you can't put a price on the excitement those games created. And if maybe just do it every year. I would love it if they just said, yeah, we're playing Colorado every year. I'd love it. I think it's great for the fan base. It's hot. It's really hot. sort of ugly, just like you want it to be, right?
Yep.
It's like those. I mean, those what we're talking about down south. Those are ugly rivalries.
Mm-hmm.
Florida State, Florida. It's ugly. I mean, it's my brother's a Florida State guy, and you just don't talk about it. Florida, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear anything about it. So, yeah, I'd love it if they did that.
I would too, and it would, and they wouldn't have to play every game in Boulder. They could play them, some of them in Denver. They'd fill the stadium. We've seen that. Now, maybe Colorado wouldn't want to because the stadium would be filled with a particular color they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
But
right.
I mean, if you're looking at it from a money making, here's a regional rivalry. You know it's going to get television, all that other stuff. It'd be a good one.
Hot. It was really hot. Those two games made a huge impression on me. Actually, not just the two. Frost went out there too.
Those other two, yeah.
Oh God, that's intense.
Yeah.
So I'd love it. I'd love it if they did it. I don't know if they ever would.
Doubt it. I doubt it.
Yeah, it's a new era of college football.
It is. And it's a new era for Sip because he's on Wednesday again.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, very strange.
Now my whole week's thrown off.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry. It's still Thursday.
My
tomorrow.
week was thrown. But in fairness, my week's been thrown off anyway because it's been a weird week.
Yeah, it has. It has.
All right, Sip. Well, we'll let you get back to cleaning up after all the terrible, terrible storm. The Winter Storm Josh. Is that what you called it, Nick?
Winter Storm Josh Peterson.
Winter Storm Josh Peterson.
Why'd you call it that?
Yeah, thank you. Great question.
Because Josh has a reputation for declaring this time of year that we'll never see snowfall again, and then it's fall. Then the snow falls again.
To be fair to me, though, Sip, I haven't said that this year, so I don't know why I'm getting picked on for this.
But again, your reputation precedes you.
Interesting.
It's just like when every murder got pinned on OJ after OJ
His
committed the
reputation,
first murder.
It did precede him, allegedly.
Allegedly. And now he's dead.
Yeah,
All
now
right.
he's dead.
Good job, guys.
All right, bye-bye.
See you, Sip.
Thank you, guys.
Steve Sipple of on3.com,
Nice.
a.k.a.
HuskerOnline.
HuskerOnline.com.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I'd be okay. You know, Iowa's got Iowa State.
Sure, why not?
Nebraska, Colorado.
Why not Nebraska, Oklahoma, hater? Is it because that rivalry was too respectful for you?
No,
Like
I'd be
the
all right.
nastiness of Colorado?
Honestly, I'd probably be.
Oklahoma sucks now. Put them back on the
In a
sketch.
weird way, I think I'd rather have Colorado because there's more bitterness there.
Yeah. I wanted to say how much of that was because
Oklahoma-
of Dion, but I mean, the 18 and 19 games.
The 18 and 19 games had a lot of anger.
Both those
to
teams
it.
sucked. All of them. None of
They
those
did.
teams made
None of
bowl
those
games.
teams were any good.
No.
But people still showed up in droves.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they did.
And it's Western Nebraska's home game.
It is Western Nebraska's home game. Instead of going to watch Danny Woodhead play,
Which
in
is probably
college-
why it won't happen because Colorado doesn't want to be subject
Hell
to that
no,
every
not anymore.
single year.
Yeah, not anymore.
At least with Oklahoma, you know you're not going to take that place over. And even if you do, they almost wear the same colors. So
Mm-hmm.
harder to tell.
Yeah, it is.
Well, coming up last night, Let It Fly turned to Let It Make.
Nice. They did.
It doesn't sound as cool as Let It Fly.
No, it
They're
don't
probably not
put
gonna-
that on a
They're probably not
t-shirt.
going to build a beer or a sports bar around Let It
Let
Make.
it make. They definitely will not. They definitely will not.
But last night it worked.
Mm-hmm.
That and more. And dumb debates still to come.
Oh, wow.
On this Wednesday. Get your dumb debates in right now at 1620thezone.com. Man, I hope my dog recognizes me when I get home. Feels like it's been a month.
Hey, Daddy's home.
Lick. It's been a week, right? Thursday? I guess you left Friday.
Friday.
Yeah. Well,
I was thinking about this, though, because this was the only 2-for-1 that we did this year.
Yes.
But going back to the first year in the Big East, I think it was 3.
Welcome to the Big East, John.
I know it's 3 for sure. If I went back, I could count them up exactly, but I know it was at least 3 2-for-1s. Not even counting the Thanksgiving trip when we went out to Anaheim, the week that Bo should have been fired. The Thanksgiving of that year.
Triggered.
When I woke Nick Baugh up in the middle of the morning to say, they kept him.
Unreal.
And we were both shocked. And that was a literal week away.
And then Nick was pissed off. He was like, why would you wake me up? I was sleeping.
Yeah, it was.
Good job, John. Speaking of Creighton hoops.
But Creighton got it done last night.
Yep.
79-61.
Let it make.
They did.
Get to Canva, Nick.
14 of 17 in the second half.
Pretty good.
That's the best shooting half of any Creighton team under Greg McDermott ever.
That's nuts.
It was nuts.
That's not.
But now a lot of that was because Seton Hall decided we're going to press on every make, and they were making shots too.
Let it make.
And while Creighton did struggle with the press at times, when they broke it,
it was easy.
It led to 3-on-2s, 4-on-3s, 2-on-1s, and it just turned into easy
What is
buckets.
this, a CFP format?
Yes, it was. It's a CFP
It was a
format
4-4-2-2-1-1.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
Over and over and over and
Gotta
over
love
again.
the 4-4-2-2-1-1.
But last night, I mean, if you're one that's going to think optimistically and think about what the ceiling is for this year's team.
Yeah.
And it's more than likely that this team won't have as big a seed advantage as it's had the last few years, because there's a good chance they're going to be on the 8 or 9 line.
Yep.
Which means the second round you get to, unless you get the beautiful kiss of, a 16 upsetting a 1.
Oh, yes, that's the kiss you're looking for.
You're going to face a 1 seed in the second round of the tournament, meaning that's going to be your roadblock to getting to the second weekend. But if you believe in this team's ceiling, it's what transpired last night that you need to see more of. Not
a lot of pressing from Auburn or Duke or Houston.
Not the 14 of 17. I mean, that's insanely ridiculous. It's the contributions from a deeper portion of the roster and guys making threes. It was a complete flip from the Saturday game at Xavier. Creighton started 3 for 5 from 3. They finished 3 for 19. Meanwhile, Xavier shot north of 50% from 3. Result, 20-point win. Last night, Creighton starts 0 for 4 from 3. They finish 11 for their last 17.
Ridiculous. Yeah, and you mentioned the bench. You get 18 points from Zugic and from King. And you talk about the 3-point shooting and how that was divvied up, and it was pretty much all the starters, right? Zugic made the 1.
Right. And you didn't
Spread the wealth.
You didn't need any real offensive outside of 4 assists. You didn't need any offensive contributions from Jemiah Neal, who only scored 4 points, but did a great job last night guarding Isaiah Coleman, which was really his primary assignment last night, and he did it very, very well. But without his contributions, when you can get, and I'm not asking for a career high every night from Jackson McAndrew, which he had 17 points, but
all 3.
I have maintained throughout the course of this year that you need to get that 12 to 15 points from
somebody,
a combination of those wings, which is generally speaking
wings, Blue Jays, get it?
Which is generally speaking, Jason Green, Isaac Trout, Jackson McAndrew.
Yeah.
If you can get 12 to 15 points there, which alleviates some of the pressure on Kalkbrenner, on Ashworth, and on Neal. And last night, Jason Green, Jason Green is playing his best basketball as a Blue Jay over these last 7 games.
Yeah.
He scored in double figures a few times.
He got close last night.
He got close again last night, made the first 3 of last night, made both of his threes yesterday. Continuing to get better and better. We mentioned McAndrew. Now you bring Zugic into the equation, and while Isaac Trout didn't have anything last night, again, you just need something there, a contribution of sorts. That is where Creighton bumps its head against the ceiling of what it can accomplish when it can get those things.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the men and women, the Creighton men and women, is almost two sides of the same coin, because when I watch both of the teams on a night in, night out basis, and then when I think about the tournament, I think, okay, who is going to be that third player? Because they have the obvious two, right?
Mm-hmm.
The men have the obvious two, the women have the obvious two. And we've been wondering about that with the Creighton men over the last, at least I have. I've been asking DeMarinis about it, John Walker about it. We've talked about it a little bit of, is it going to be like a consistent kind of guy, or is it going to be the wealth being shared? Last night, I mean, I guess if you want to be technical about it, Ashworth would have been the third, or hell, he would have been the fourth. It would have been King would have been the third in terms of just raw scoring. But you know what I mean. It's Kalkbrenner and Ashworth.
Mm-hmm.
So who's going to be that third? Last night was McAndrew. I mean, certainly getting 12 points off the bench from Frederick King. Like, I'm not expecting that in every game moving forward. 4-4 at the free throw line.
Yeah, I didn't even mention Fred.
Yeah, like I'm not expecting that. But who can do that? Can maybe two guys, over the next however many games, one regular season game, upwards of 3 conference tournament games, and then, of course, what happens in the NCAA tournament. Can two guys maybe kind of share that a little bit? I also keep leaning back on a discussion we had with Matt last week about peaking at the right time. I mean, going into the weekend, I asked that question, and they play like they did. It's like, all right, they're definitely not peaking at the right time. And I'm not going to say now because they shot 14 of 17 in the second half against Seton Hall, a bad basketball team, that they're suddenly peaking. But it's just something to keep an eye on now in the finale this weekend, and then next week at MSG, going into the tournament, and where they kind of fall and what kind of matchups we're looking at. Because there are nights like last night where you think, okay, you can see it. You can see it in your mind's eye.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are games like Saturday where you say, never mind, I can't see it in my mind's eye. It's just which one is going to show up over the next couple of weeks.
The scenario for the Jays to finish second, win, and you're in. There's still an opportunity for Creighton not to win against Butler on senior day and get the 2 seed. But I mean, the easiest scenario is beat Butler, get that 2 seed, and then you're set up for a winnable quarterfinal game, because as of right now, Georgetown's locked into the 7, so you know that they're on that side of the ladder.
Yep.
And then Seton Hall currently is 10.
Yep.
It's either going to be, it's going to be a Seton Hall or it's going to be a DePaul. One of those two teams is going to finish 10.
You'd be fine with that.
And so that gives you a pretty good starter. And then you're on the same side of the bracket as Marquette. You split 2 games with them, very evenly played.
Oh, yeah.
You've got Villanova, a team you've beaten twice, and you've got DePaul on that side of the bracket.
Yeah.
So certainly it's a bracket that is
You're
very
avoiding
much doable.
UConn. You're avoiding St.
You're
John's.
avoiding UConn
until potentially the last
Theoretically, you're avoiding UConn. You're certainly going to avoid St. John's until the final game on Saturday. And, if you're into trophy chasing, then obviously that's of interest to you. But if you're also interested in improving your seed line and maybe getting yourself out of that 8-9 conversation and moving yourself up more into a 7 conversation, certainly making it to championship Saturday, a week from this Saturday.
You think that does it, or it just
I don't
makes
think
it more
I don't think
doable?
it does it. I think it
winning the thing would do it.
You would think,
and making it would get you in the conversation. And we've talked about it, right? Like winning that tournament is the last piece of the puzzle to this program in terms of what they've been able to do in the conference. They've done it in the regular season.
Yeah.
This is the last piece.
Yeah.
And
they've had 4 chances and they've come up short at 4 times.
I really like being on that side of the bracket if I'm a Blue Jay fan. I really like that side of the bracket of the Big East tournament where you avoid those teams, Now, if you end up playing Marquette, I think that game would be an absolute bear because of what happened in the regular season, going against Shaka's team. But, they split them like you mentioned. They did what they did against Villanova and on paper any of the teams that they would play in the 2-7 or 2-10 game, you're feeling pretty good about.
Mm-hmm.
Like that side of the bracket.
All right. Closing in on dumb debates. Send yours in today. We're going to certainly tackle one that was a big topic of discussion at this morning's breakfast and more. 402-951-1620. Looks like the Eagles are going to win over the Eagles.
Nice.
Josh, you should be happy. The Eagles are losing.
Yes.
But you should be sad the Eagles are winning.
They also won the Super Bowl.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
I'll say this. The folks did show up, which was good. I was a little worried, when I saw the road conditions this morning that folks wouldn't show up.
I heard the interstate was closed between Lincoln and Grand Island.
It was pretty bad out there.
Yeah, now it looks fine.
Yeah, it's all good. But keep in mind, we're going to get the, once it gets colder here in the evening,
it's going to be chilly.
A little bit of the refreeze. So be careful out there. Don't drive like an ass.
Tim, be careful. And remember, folks, freezing
Don't be like the guy who was bragging in my mentions today that I always do 10 over the speed limit and I'm always safer than the rest of the people.
Sounds right to me.
That's a thing that idiots like to say to try to make themselves feel better and sound smarter than the safe people.
And don't forget, freezing is 32 degrees, John, not 34
Yes.
degrees.
Some people might think that freezing is 34 degrees.
Or they ask the question of, is it 34 or 32? They ask.
Well, the scientific temperature is 32 Fahrenheit.
Which I just said as a reminder.
Or 0 Celsius.
No, that's stupid. I don't like Celsius. And this isn't an imperial, this isn't America first. I don't like that.
It sounds America first to me.
0 degrees should feel like our 0.
So what?
This isn't 0. This is 30.
In fact, hold on a second.
Oh,
Trump,
Mr. President. Yeah, we need to rename the imperial measuring system to the American system.
Oh, well.
Because we're the only ones basically using it anymore.
Don't give him that idea.
I didn't know John had Elon's number.
Nice.
Somebody described it like this to me once, and I like it. Fahrenheit is better for precise measurement.
Yeah.
Whereas Celsius is like how something feels,
0 degrees feels cold.
Really cold.
Really cold. And it shouldn't feel like this.
I don't want to move to a system where the weather guy will say, or weather woman.
Yep, weather person.
Will say, it's 15 degrees. And I'm thinking about going out and mowing in my shorts.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That is not
it doesn't
right.
sound real, Nick. It sounds pretend.
What is 15 degrees Celsius? Is that like 60?
Celsius to Fahrenheit. It's 59. Nice job.
Wow.
See, and I never. Oh, here's the formula.
See, I don't want that. I don't want to live in that world.
It's times 9/5 plus 32.
Yeah, it's a dumb conversion.
See, I never learned how. I guess I know
the
how
dumb
now.
conversion. That's why we stick with the American system.
I had to use that conversion a lot in physics in high school.
Yeah, that's stupid. I don't like that physics class. No thanks.
I liked the projects. That's when I found out I liked the engineering part of physics more than the equation part of physics.
Well, just like Josh, how he wants to put our American measurement system first. You can put your favorite teams first by visiting athleticsontheline.com. John Bishop here for On the Line, Omaha-based company that partners with all 3 major Division I institutions in this state, Nebraska, Creighton, and Omaha. All of them enjoying some wonderful successes. And you can help them continue to achieve that success by gifting to their NIL funds. And that's where On the Line comes in. It's a way to make giving to NIL more enjoyable. Think of it as you rewarding your team when your team rewards you. You go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school. Then you pick a measurable metric. Then you attach a dollar figure to that metric. And for every time that metric hits, that's a donation that's made towards your favorite school's NIL. It's the way to recruit and retain the best college athletes so that your team continues to have success. So again, visit athleticsontheline.com. Find out more how you can gamify your giving and make NIL enjoyable for you. athleticsontheline.com. We'll be on the air Saturday, Senior Day. Ryan Kalkbrenner's final game at CHI Health Center against Butler. 5 o'clock tip.
So what are you going to do if he gets drafted to another team? Are you just going to have 5 NBA teams now?
Yes. He's like Shane.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Interesting.
Lifelong Celtics and Kings fan, and depending on when he gets called up, Nuggets fan.
Oh.
Lifelong.
How do you feel about the Spurs?
Nah. Losers.
Or the Pacers?
But Wemby.
Losers.
Wow. He has a blood clot.
And he does.
Hopefully he's okay.
1620 The Zone has something new for this year.
Oh.
It's Omaha Food Fight.
Tell me more.
You know what? We need to drop of Belushi yelling, food fight.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I have tried to find it. I have found it. The problem is it does that thing where it's mixed weird because it was an older movie, so then it doesn't sound as good.
What?
Yeah.
You're talking about the YouTube upload, or because the
how many goofy ass drops do we have in this system that the audio quality is not like the greatest in the world, and yet we use it anyway.
I try not to use them.
That's stupid. They're still good drops. Let's see. It's time to play with the.
Okay.
Tom Rizzo.
I mean,
sounds fine.
That's not a great phone line, but
Tom Rizzo.
But Tom Rizzo, right there. I'm used to Whitey Ball. Well, that was pretty good quality.
Yeah, because that was you into a microphone.
It's the beard game.
It's the what?
It's the beard game.
It's the beard game.
This sounds like one of your
It sounds
bad
horrible.
production elements. That's you.
It's the beard game.
What was the beard game? Holy moly, we don't think
questionable.
No,
Yeah,
that's
that
pretty good.
sounds lovely.
Softcore porn
for soccer moms.
Okay, that was Kent on his bad telephone. So I don't want to hear any more excuses about it doesn't mix right in the movie, blah, blah, blah. Nah, it sounds fine. We need Belushi yelling, food fight!
Okay.
Because it's the Omaha Food Fight.
All right, we played the
presented
beard
by Union Bank and Trust.
The beard game, John, was played on January 21st, 2014. What the hell? Nick, go into the system and look up beard game, and let's see if we have the whole open. Because it maybe would explain what the beard game is.
It could. If you want,
the beard
we
game.
want to know from you.
Oh,
the
yeah,
people,
this was about the read.
Which restaurant is the best in Omaha? Get your nominations in now through March 13th at 1620thezone.com. Our voting will start
when?
On March 16th. So get your nominations in now.
That's 11 days away.
Nominate your favorite restaurant. The best restaurants in Omaha.
Can we nominate them? Can I go there to 1620thezone.com and nominate?
Yes, I believe we can.
I'm going to go nominate.
I believe we can, and I believe we should. So again, Omaha Food Fight.
All right.
Presented by Union Bank and Trust. We have an open to the beard game from January of 2014 when Fred Hoiberg was still coaching the Iowa State Cyclones.
That's true. Also, Michael Severe was still here. I'm wondering if this could be Michael's voice. Let's play.
There's no such thing as no man's land to me.
Yeah, right. Grizzly Adams had a beard.
Grizzly Adams did have a
beard. The Michael open.
Wild and free.
It's the beard game.
Never mind, that's me.
It's the beard game.
What the hell was that?
That was the whole open?
That was the open.
Josh, you know
Michael
better.
probably made that.
No, there's no way.
I sung it for him. I probably said, it's the beard game.
It's the beard game.
Wow. It was a different time.
Oh, John is dying.
It's a different time. It's a different time.
The crazy thing is Josh didn't do anything to his
Hey!
voice. That's how it sounded at 20.
By the way, the tweet from that day was playing the beard game for a $125 gift certificate for Great Vibrations. And then in parentheses, it's not what you think. Now,
It's
402-951-1620. Jerry had responded, what's the beard game? No fair, I can't play. Wow.
It's the beard game.
I have no idea.
How that drop is still on the wall.
Yes,
is
of all the
amazing.
things
How
that
did that
made
one
it.
not get kneeled?
Great question, Nick. I have no idea.
Because Neil had a beard, and it was the beard game.
Jordan, was that Pipsqueak Josh,
Yeah,
folks?
it sure was.
Indeed.
It sure was.
Wow.
It's the beard game.
Wow. Wow. Peter, that's the beer gay? No, it's the beer game.
Is the beer gay?
That's Nick.
Is that
let's
what
play
he
this
said?
again. Is that what I said?
It's the beard game.
There's no M on the end of that.
Is the beard gay?
I don't hear an M.
Is
Is the beard gay? People are asking.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Wow. You ready for this? O-Trips writes, kind of hilarious you said that, and then that night Rogge went off as Creighton beat number 4 Nova by 100. I wonder if you were even here that day.
No, I was in Philly.
So it would have been Severe and somebody else. Probably Vers.
It's the beard
This is why I don't remember this.
Wow.
Yeah, I was
What
in Philly.
in the world?
No, hold on.
Now, hold on.
No, I did that show.
You did? Well, how do we remember this?
I was okay because I remember that was the first time I had Nick do the pregame interview because I was upstairs in the hockey press box at the Wells Fargo Center.
Wait, never mind. This was
and had to move down. And so we were pressed for time. So I said, Nick, can you interview Matt?
Not to be too, I'm
and
looking
then Matt
stuff
said,
up.
I think Nick should do the interview the rest of the season because we scored 96
The
points.
game was the 21st. It was actually the night before when Creighton Rogge bombed Philadelphia. So you would have been back in Omaha the next day.
So the start date on this one says January 7th of 2014. So did you make this that far in advance?
No, that's the start date is the upload number for the whole cart.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay,
So
never mind.
whenever the yeah.
It's
the beard game.
Wow. Should we bring back the beard game?
I wish I knew
what it is.
Maybe was it because of Rogge? Did we play the beard game because Rogge had a beard? And Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
That was the first thing I thought of.
Yeah. Wow. It's too bad that there's not
It's funny how we
YouTube of
used to-
that show. We could go rewind it.
Can you ask Michael? Do you think Michael remembers?
I'll text him.
It's funny, but back in those days, we acted as if Ethan Rogge was the only person that had a beard.
That's true.
It's like he invented the beard.
It's the beard game.
Of all the drops to find.
Wow.
That's pretty dumb.
What is?
Yes,
No.
it's dumb.
Oh.
But not that dumb.
Yeah.
Because coming up next,
Dumb.
debates.
Nice.
Dumb debates.
It's the beard game.
Severe. I'm listening to the show. I have no memory of it. Wow. Me
I
neither.
don't either.
Me neither.
We were there.
Wow.
We were there. Don't remember what it was. And we gave away, I mean, it was what, $150 you said?
It's a good vibrations.
Not what you think. It sounds like a massage company. That's Good Vibrations, Omaha. I got to be careful here. Or Great Vibrations.
Great Vibrations?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you call it Good Vibrations? That's literally the name of the song.
It's a gym.
Oh.
Great Vibrations. Core strength cardio.
Oh.
That's pretty cool.
Huh.
Yeah.
We'll be back with Dumb Debates.
Nice.
And I'll see if I can find some more weird drops on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
We got
is there
Big
crappy
Ten
baseball on?
No. We've got some Big Ten tournament. Oh no, you broke it.
No. It works. We had this issue yesterday. Where's it at, Nick?
It was down there. You're the one who made it work yesterday.
Where's it at?
Well, we got
Just
Big
gotta point at
Ten.
it. There we go.
We got. Why? Well, okay. First of all, it should always be turned towards the remote.
Well, Nick wanted to change it to something yesterday.
Oh, for the love of Pete!
I know.
I wanted to watch ranked college baseball.
We have Big Ten women's basketball tournament action going on right now. Nebraska versus the Rutgers.
Women.
Hell yeah. Hoops, baby, hoops.
We haven't talked about basketball enough today.
Oh my gosh, Nick, would you settle down?
Okay,
fine. Let's read this comment because you'll appreciate it, Nick. Chief 1999 writes,
Dumb debates.
wow, Josh was such a young millennial. Going back to that great drop of me singing. And now as a 40-something homeowner, time sure flies. I'm not a homeowner. Home renter, and I'm in my 30s still. I'm still holding on. By the way, figured out during the commercial break.
Yeah.
Michael Severe was not working here anymore. He had just left. He left us to go to a newspaper to do an internet radio show.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So it probably would have been like you and Jay Foreman. Because Jay was the guy who was doing the show in the month of January.
quick, text Jay and ask
Hey,
him.
Jay, do you remember the beard game? Yeah, he definitely does.
Don't think he remembers the beard.
Yeah,
That
we
means-
don't.
God, that means that probably would have been my idea.
It's the nice idea, idiot. It's the beard game.
It did turn out
beard
pretty well. This is Dumb Debates. This is that time of week where you take over the grum by sending us your questions, and it can be on just about any subject. Trust me, we've tackled them all.
Oh, yeah.
Send it to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. You can also go to the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. And answer the phone on the first ring. Let's start with a sports question.
Awesome.
Okay.
Man, Nick is triggered.
Chris says,
hello, Chris.
Which schools would be considered blue bloods in both college football and college basketball?
There is only one.
There's
that I think
only one
that I think
says
you could
Josh Peterson.
that I think you can make an argument for, and I would not make the argument because the blue blood list of college I actually think we should start there because the list is shorter, and so thus it's easier. And I'm going to save the team that they're not going to be listed. Blue bloods in college hoops, in my opinion. I mean, they're all blue.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
Duke, Kentucky,
Mm-hmm.
UCLA,
Mm-hmm.
Indiana. Though some people would debate Indiana these days.
I thought you were. Never mind.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm talking about hoops.
Sorry.
Those are the old school ones. I mean, I think you have to slide UConn into the blue blood category now. They've won
Certainly.
5 titles since '99.
Certainly.
That's the list of blue bloods. Have I forgotten anybody? I don't think I have. So the answer, if you want to be technical, the answer is actually 0.
The answer is 0.
I think the closest to it is Florida. But that would be a much more modern conversation. 3 natties in football since 1996, but only 2 natties in basketball, and they happened back-to-back in a very short amount of time.
Well,
Obviously,
yeah, they just had a great little run there in the 90s.
Yeah.
And while they haven't fallen off the map and become bad, you can't call them a blue blood.
Correct.
There is only...
That could be only one.
There is only...
Severe says it's Michigan. That would be another one that is close to. They are a football blue blood. They are not a basketball blue blood, but they are close because they have won championships. But it's been... When's the last time they won? Didn't they win in
89?
Yeah, that's a long time ago, man. I was goo-goo gaga-ing it up.
There is only one program who shows up in the top 10 all-time wins
on both
in both sports, football and men's basketball. Do you know who this team is?
We have not mentioned them.
They have not been mentioned.
Have they recently changed conferences?
They have not.
Oh, okay. Well, that changes my guess then. I was going to guess. Oh, I think I have a different guess then. I was going to guess Oklahoma. Is it West Virginia?
The only school that shows up in the top 10 all-time wins in both men's basketball and football is
West Virginia.
The team in football without a conference. Cheer, cheer.
For old Notre Dame?
For old Notre Dame.
Really?
Taking the steroids, feeling no pain.
Wow.
Notre Dame is,
wow,
according to Wiki, and we know they know everything,
the Beard Game.
they're tied for, they're 4th in all-time wins. Actually, no, is that, oh, that's, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, they are, they're tied with Texas, 4th all-time wins. They would have broken the tie with Texas if they had won the national championship.
Wow.
They are in basketball, at least at the start of this season, were 8th in all-time wins. That is the only school. The next nearest, if you're just looking at it in terms of raw wins, the next team would be Texas.
See, that was going to actually be one of my other guesses too.
Texas was as I mentioned, they were tied with Notre Dame on the all-time wins list in college football.
Yeah.
They were 14th entering this season in terms of all-time wins in college basketball. Now, that's just in all-time wins.
Yeah.
Obviously, when people talk about Blue Bloods,
they start talking about championships.
They think of the championships.
Chris says you left Kansas off the list of basketball Blue Bloods. Yeah, I knew I forgot somebody, but still wouldn't help their cause on the football side. No,
but Notre Dame has only been to Final Four in its history.
And they haven't won a title, right?
Final Four. That's it.
Yeah. Kenny says Ohio State.
Nope.
Ohio State, I mean, that's a good one in terms of success.
Are there programs that have been good to great in both sports? Yes. But I firmly
think the answer is there are 0.
That there are no programs that are
bloods.
double blue bloods.
Yeah. It's really hard. It's really
It
hard.
is.
O-Trip says only 10 schools have won a natty in both football and basketball. And how many of those have happened in the modern era?
Only 10. Okay,
So Michigan would be 1.
Michigan,
Florida would
Ohio
be 2.
State, Florida.
Michigan, Ohio State, Florida. Arkansas. Because they won in the 90s.
Michigan State.
Michigan State. That's a good. See, and that's a good one.
Michigan
State, but they're not a blue blood in football, but they're pound for pound. They might. They're very, very good. Very, very good. Did UCLA ever win one in football?
I don't believe they have a recognized one.
Okay, because that would be one.
Oh my goodness. Who are the others?
Who are we forgetting? Has Alabama ever won a title?
No.
See, that's what you guys are doing. Then just start going through the good football teams.
Yeah, not Clemson.
Nebraska hasn't won one.
Nebraska.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma does not have a men's basketball title.
Texas
does not have a men's basketball
USC?
title. USC does not have a men's basketball
And UCLA,
title.
do we already mention them? They don't have a football
I
title,
don't
right?
believe they have a football title. Because
Okay.
you got to remember, you got to recognize a few,
Yes.
AP, votes, whatnot.
Who we forget?
I'm just going back through time here. Notre Dame does not.
Nope.
BYU does not.
Nope.
Oh my God, there's some.
UConn does not. They don't have a
UConn.
football. They don't have. I know.
They'll never have one football.
No, they definitely won't.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Trips, help us out.
There's probably some obvious ones that I'm obviously
that we're
missing.
forgetting. I got some food related questions.
Oh, food.
Star Wars Fiend writes, gentlemen, food served hot are now served cold, and food served cold are now served hot. Which is your new favorite and least favorite food? So all foods that normally come hot are now cold. All foods that normally come cold are now hot. What are you liking? What are you disliking? We obviously know John is very out on pizza and or fried chicken.
Yep, those two just fell like a stone.
See, and that's funny because I actually really like cold pizza.
A lot of people like cold pizza.
And a lot of people are diseased in the brain.
You know what? Here's a side
So
one.
yes, pizza instantly falls from near the top to basically the bottom.
I'll throw another one
chicken,
in.
Chicken plummets
How
like
about
a
this?
rock.
Chicken wings. No, thank you.
Ugh.
That is
Ugh.
nasty. Yeah. I'm out on cold chicken.
I
It ruins them.
I insist that I don't even like lukewarm wings.
Let alone
I
cold.
want my wings to be hot out of the fryer and crispy and ready to go.
I'll give you a cold to hot that would suck, and this is an obvious one. Ice cream. No, thank you. I'm not trying to have no cold ice cream.
I don't want to drink ice cream. The
Well, it's just
answer,
a milkshake
the
at that
answer
point.
is there would not be a new favorite food.
From warm to hot, or from warm
either
to,
way.
There's nothing that goes the other way that you'd say that sounds good to me.
No.
I wouldn't want. I don't like any of my drinks to be the other temperature.
What about like veggies?
That's interesting because I mean, some people would say their veggies are already both. Like some
Yeah,
people
I mean,
eat carrots raw.
I think a lot of. I mean, I do understand if there's some people that don't like cooked carrots, but they like raw carrots or
That's
something
me.
like that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who like the vegetables will eat them in both forms.
Yeah, like I'd rather have broccoli cooked, but I'll eat it raw. Like I'm not opposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
What was so funny about that, Nick?
Nothing.
Is
It's
broccoli
fine.
a sex thing?
No.
With Gen Z?
No.
Interesting. Trying to figure out, is there any food that I would be okay with the other way?
What about like pie? Like
see,
you don't like warm fruit, but would you eat like a cold fruit pie?
Well, I have. I mean, usually it's like room temperature sometimes.
See, yeah, the problem with this is I'm trying to go through the Rolodex is a lot of the foods that I have cold, they are also available hot. I was going to say, ham, but people have ham cooked all the time.
Hot ham and cheese
But
as a sandwich.
I had one of those for lunch, but I also like it cold.
Yeah, you see, there are some foods that go both ways.
Yeah.
People would argue that pizza goes both ways. Again, I
Yes,
would
it does.
argue that those people are diseased.
Pizza's a switch.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm struggling right now to find one that is not already doing both.
This is a
It's
terrible.
already swinging from both sides of the plate like Chipper Jones.
This is a terrible world that Star Wars Fiend is proposing. A terrible, awful, rotten, no good world.
By the way, we got the list from O-Trips.
All right.
Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Maryland. So you got to go to some real old school ones. Stanford, Cal, UCLA, Arkansas, Florida, and Syracuse.
So
And
UCLA does have a national championship?
one of those stupid claimed ones. And O-Trips adds technically Indiana, but that's debated. Back in the day.
Indiana?
They have a lot of weird crap back in the olden times.
Now, I ain't counting with that some rando professor from Georgia Tech used to have a poll system in the 1920s. I'm looking at AP and forward.
Yeah.
AP national champions and forward.
Yeah.
Is what I recognize.
But so that's not on the list. Otherwise, it's that.
That's a good. It's a good trivia question there.
Okay.
O-Trips. Good question. Yeah, there's not many. It just goes to show you it's hard to succeed at both.
It really is. Aaron of Papillion. What is the most unique / odd menu item that your school served back in the day? Deschler Public Schools had two that I remember. Flying saucers, which was a thick fried piece of bologna that was topped with a cheese-covered scoop of mashed potatoes. This was then reheated all together, making the cheese a crusty covering. And Bronco Busters,
Wow.
a piece of bread with a slice of cheese that was covered with a thick chili. let's just say the rest of the school day was an experience.
Oh my God, that's some innovative stuff.
Lots of farting.
See, I think all of our stuff just came like from the government or whatever, just the frozen standard.
Well, it did,
school
and
food stuff.
this stuff did too, but it was.
Well, they took it and they made it.
Yeah,
Our-
they took the ingredients that they had and
chef.
they made something out of
Our
it.
cafeteria, they never did that with us.
Ours, gosh, I can't think of anything that
They
was
would make
really.
their own bread though. That was good.
Oh,
we had homemade
And
bread
we had,
every day.
yeah, and Fremont did a really good job. We were fortunate. Our grade school was like the kitchen for a while, and we, fed some of the other schools before they got up to speed. I mean, we had a lot of the typical school lunch standards, the little Smokies, the Fiestadas.
See, that was going to be my
the
answer.
Mr. Rib, the McRib
Yes,
ripoffs.
yes.
But we did a lot of the normal. We had hamburger, we had hot dog day. There was fish on a bun, mac and cheese.
Yeah.
I
think Fiestada is the
lasagna every once in a while. Spaghetti every once in a while.
Yeah, Fiestada is the closest thing that I can think of that felt unique because
Right.
you never see that.
And then there was
a
regular pizza day.
Yes.
Where it was always a square pizza.
The most unique thing I guess we would do is the Crispito.
What was that?
It was kind of like a taquito, but a little longer and fried. There was just meat in it.
That sounds like something I'd eat.
It was
Tony says,
good.
Mac sticks count?
What is Mac stick?
I assume it's a
say
stick
yes.
of mac and cheese. That definitely counts. I've never heard of that before.
Mac sticks?
Peter writes Frito pie.
Oh man, you guys are so lucky you had Frito pie.
I've never had Frito pie.
I don't think we had Frito pie. Wow, you ready for this from Severe? We had gumbo and shepherd's pie and red beans and rice. Okay, yeah, Michael.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Nice.
when you
Shout out Severe.
you grow up in that part of the country, and of course, with all the hot the lunch ladies would always say gumbo, 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 go same serve, passing for
Well, I mean, Michael was a child in like the 80s, so I don't think they were talking about
Well, that was the thing.
they could see the future.
People had to eat hot lunch in New Orleans back in those days because all the bags were the hot lunch or the cold lunch bags were being used by the Saints fans.
They're putting them on their
They
heads.
kept cutting holes in them so they could see.
Yep, I know how that goes.
Yeah, we just didn't have anything like really. We had really good lunch ladies, and
Really?
of course the chili feed with the cinnamon rolls, baby. I suppose to a lot of the weirdos that still have not adopted the whole chili and cinnamon rolls thing.
It's delicious. Do it.
It is awesome.
It's very good.
Again, you're not eating them at the.
Some people do though, John.
But most people don't. They eat the chili, then they have a bite of cinnamon roll.
I guess-
Or they have a bite of cinnamon roll and eat the chili. Or they just finish the chili, then do the cinnamon roll. But they have them at the same time.
We used to do mashed potatoes and chicken gravy, but I don't think that's like a weird thing.
Oh, turkey fricassee.
A what?
That's what they called it. It was
Surprised we're allowed to
basically
say that word. Dump that, I think.
It was basically it was turkey gravy, chopped up turkey in gravy over mashed potatoes. Turkey fricassee.
All right, speaking of food, I realize it's 5:10 and we haven't even gotten into
haven't
your
gotten to the big
question.
question yet.
Let's do it now, John.
So today at breakfast, I'm sitting at the table there, a few of the coaches, Rob Anderson, Mitch Ballock.
Oh, nice.
Forgot he was a coach.
I know. Every time he says it, I'm like, that's right.
Sorry, Mitch.
And they had the egg bar or the omelet steak.
The egg bar. Wow. High roller John, a whole bar full of eggs. You know how expensive those are now?
Yeah, seriously, how much did that cost?
That's a luxury item,
Got
John.
$1 billion.
Well, I had a couple eggs over easy.
They're going to start
That's
calling
like
it.
$20 that you just ate up.
Yeah, probably.
Nice.
I hope you enjoyed your large caviar.
I did. And of course, when you have an omelet station, you have all the different ingredients, and there's cheese.
Yeah.
And there was a bowl of cheddar cheese.
It's like cut so perfectly. When
It
I first saw
is.
it, I thought it was actually mac and cheese.
It was cheese to put on the omelet.
Nice. That's some good looking cheese.
And an argument ensued over the color of the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Ballock, Creighton legend, maintains that this is yellow.
Okay.
Rob Anderson of Wisconsin, and an authority.
cheese.
Apparently, when you're born in Wisconsin, you instantly become a cheese authority.
You know
said,
cheese.
no,
You get
this
the
is
cheese touch."
orange.
Okay.
And pretty soon it became a debate inside the room, different people opining on the color of the cheese.
I love the courtesy that you gave the cheese. Very
Yes,
kind of you, John.
The Teaneck Marriott there in Teaneck, New Jersey. So I did a poll question. Is the cheese yellow or is the cheese orange? And the results, 72% say yellow. 28% say orange.
Now, there was some boots on the ground journalism that was done by friend of the Grum, Erin Sorensen. She, a writer, among other things.
Yes.
So she said, I put this in Photoshop and got the hex color of the cheese, which is EB003. I searched that hex color code and got the description. Vivid yellow.
Vivid yellow.
Vivid yellow is indeed the description of that color, according to Photoshop.
I will be honest with you. When I see cheddar cheese,
you think it's orange?
I think it's orange.
Yeah. It's more orange than yellow when I see
It just shows you how close orange and yellow are to each other.
I am colorblind. When I first saw this, I was like, that looks orangish. It has an orange tinge to it.
Orange tinge.
Or it's just a really bright yellow.
Even in this picture, it leans orange.
Yeah.
If I had to take a side,
wow, one side,
I would lean orange.
See, in cheddar cheese to me does look orange, but this to me looks yellow. I just see yellow here.
Correct.
Call Coldplay.
Sam writes, it's kind of a Packers yellow. It is kind of a Packers yellow.
I mean, it is.
Is that the color that the Packers have? Vivid yellow, or what was it? Bright, vivid yellow?
Something like that.
Max writes, most definitely orange.
Max, I don't know if your eye cones are accurate.
Well, 72% say it's yellow.
Max writes, the background food is yellow in the picture. The forefront cheese is orange.
And I was trying to remember what that was. That
pineapple? Looks like pineapple.
No, it looks like potatoes.
No, it wouldn't have been either because this was the omelet station. So all of the
potatoes and omelets.
Yeah, but no, there was potatoes. There was breakfast potatoes on the buffet line. This was a separate.
Somebody else's plate. Is that
no?
egg?
I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I'm going to lean slightly orange, but that could be my eyes being broken.
I've got one more quickie. Okay, we want to touch on that.
Sure.
It came up during break today. I wanted to go to a vending machine.
Yes.
To get some Cheetos, and the Cheetos are $1.50.
Yep.
Normally I'd use my card, but the vending machine
it's not taking
wants
cards.
cash today.
Yeah. Nick says, "Don't. It's no big deal. I have $1.50."
Yes, and
then you also described it real quick. You said, "I don't want to put the dollar in, and it's coming in and out and in and out."
Yes.
So in my head, I was forming something of, oh, okay, he has $1.50.
Yes. So I put $2 in the machine.
Yep.
And got 50 cents back.
Yep.
But if you have $2,
do you have $1.50?
Do you have $1.50? I'm going to say yes.
$2 is not $1.50. $1.50 is in $2. But when Nick said I have $1.50, to me that says I have $1 and also a 50-cent piece or 2 quarters or 5 dimes.
Wow.
Or 10 nickels.
How
or
old are you, Grandpa?
50 pennies.
I got a Kennedy 50 $50
Nick
here.
loves stupid coins.
I'm not going to use a $50 on the vending machine.
Yeah,
I don't know if it would
He's
even
the one
fit.
that said it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to cover all bases.
How come this Kennedy won't fit inside of there? Maybe we need to blow a hole in this coin so it'll fit.
That's what Nick said, folks. That wasn't John or me. That was Nick.
Yeah, I think when you imply that you have $1.50
and describe putting in $1,
especially when you're that specific,
yeah,
it would imply to me that you had $1 and 2 quarters,
yeah,
or
that's
4 bids,
or
a 50-cent piece.
Yeah, that's what I definitely thought.
No, I guess so. If I had a $5 bill, I would still say I have $1.50 because I have $1.50 on me.
Why would you say I have $1.50 if a $5 bill?
You have a 5.
Yeah, you say I have a 5.
Yeah.
Because the Cheetos were $1.50. It's like,
so
yeah,
if you had
$100,
you'd say I have $1.50.
Yeah.
What?
That's ridiculous.
But I wouldn't put $100 in a vending machine.
You wouldn't put a $5 in a vending machine.
Right.
That's not allowed.
I think you can. I think it
Here?
does 1 in 5.
Okay.
You just get a lot of quarters back.
That's
or a lot of
annoying.
Kennedy $50 with the hole blown in.
Oh, it's Nick's Kennedy $50 again.
That's my signature.
It
Whenever
really
I get a
is.
new one.
Yeah.
I get my drill.
Yeah, no, I mean, yes, you have $1.50 to spend.
Yes.
But you actually have $2.
$2. Sam writes, Nick is technically correct, but colloquially wrong because no one speaks like that. Yeah, no one speaks like that. Said the guy trying to say colloquially.
Colloquially. I just said it. I just spoke like it.
Yeah.
I have
you
$1.50.
did, and you just spoke wrong.
And you confused us. Because then when you're like, yeah, I got my 50 cents back. I said, but you said you had $1.50.
You said you had $1.50. No, you had $2.
I put $2 in.
$2.
Now you have 50 cents.
$2. Peter, by the way, going back to your photo, which I put back on the screen, says that picture honestly hurts. It is so much.
It is a lot of.
It's like those Baylor uniforms.
Yes.
I think he was saying the picture hurts it. I think he said the picture wasn't doing justice.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying his eyes. I can see either side. Colloquially.
I mean, it could probably use a little better lighting, but I just took it quickly because I was busy. We were trying to get out so I could be back here on time.
John didn't want
to do the Grum.
No, John didn't want to be approached by the staff. Like, sir, why are you taking a picture of our cheese?
Why do you have so many eggs?
No, the guy working the omelet station, I asked him what color it was, and he said it was yellow.
You had your own omelet chef in your large caviar station?
When you do an omelet at a place like that, they do make it for you.
Yeah.
You're not going to make it yourself.
Yeah, they don't want you making it themselves. That's a fire hazard.
Honestly, Nick, this is
an insurance
but they let you
liability.
they let you make your own pancakes and waffles.
It's way different. It's way different. Way different.
No,
waffle is you just pour it in, you turn it over. Omelet, bro, you need a person who knows what they're doing with the omelet. Also, Nick, no, it's not just an omelet. It's a life hack, is what it is. If you go to a hotel and they have the tray of the egg goop, I'll eat it. I'm not opposed to it. But an omelet is fresh eggs. They crack them. Oh God, I love omelets at restaurants or at hotels.
Mm-hmm.
I had one every day in Mexico. Jalapenos in it, so good.
Imagine how good the omelets would have been if you would have bothered to go to the
I
pyramids.
would have gone to the ruins. Yeah. Do you guys make omelets at the ruins?
I bet
they make
would've.
ruined omelets.
They do.
I bet you would have had the best omelet of your life, and you never would have known.
Yeah, maybe that's true, Nick.
It's possible.
Sam writes, the 50 cents back Nick is describing makes it sound like he found the next TikTok infinite money glitch, the NRG media vending machine. Oh, that'd be fun, Nick.
Put a dollar, got 50 cents.
Well, in many ways, that vending machine, that particular vending machine is like a money pit or
I've lost money in
money
there.
supply, but it's always the money going in.
Yeah.
And it's usually from the idiots, whoever they are, who think that they can spend pennies and put pennies in there.
John, a penny fits. Why can't I put it in?
It clearly says on the outside of the machine which denominations it takes.
But I only have $1.50 in pennies.
Unreal.
Then go to the bank and get it cashed in for $1.50.
You better have like $1.67 to cover the cost of having to cash that
Good
in
point.
to $1.50.
Good point.
Yep.
And that, friends, is Dumb Debates.
Nice.
Well, we got content coming up. By the way, Nebraska's off to a decent start against the Rutgers.
Yeah.
Look at the good Nebraska basketball
Peacock!
team.
They're up 13.
Nice.
The Big Ten tournament has decided to go with a checkered flag motif this year.
The logo, it looks like the Indy 500. They're really
John,
leaning into the Indy.
you missed this yesterday.
If I were the Indianapolis 500, I would be like, why are you guys trying to
No, John, you should
steal
be
our-
happy because these people are recognizing the superior automotive.
John, you missed it yesterday. Real quick, look at the screen.
I don't dislike the idea that they're saluting the Indy 500. It just looks very
So they had this
rip-off.
graphic, right? You see that?
Yeah.
But if you click in because of dark mode, look at all of the stuff that just blends in. That is Microsoft.
And then
PowerPoint.
my solution.
No, it's not. That's dumb Big Ten conference.
Yeah, it is.
My
Not
solution,
understanding the situation.
They should have put a white outline around it,
They should have. Nick does love the outlines.
and it would have worked.
It would have. Nick's not wrong.
Will the Nebraska men be playing in this same tournament next week? If they beat Iowa, they will.
By the way, speaking of graphics, stay tuned for the movie club this week because a whole new look is coming to the Grum. Whole new look.
What is the movie?
Superman. You
that's
picked
right.
it.
I picked
your
it.
movie.
Again, it feels like I've been away forever.
Have you watched it yet?
I mean, I've watched it many times.
Have you watched it this week?
Recently,
yet?
no.
Okay. Got to watch it recently, John. That's the whole purpose of the
Well, I
discussion.
understand.
I have my pick for next week ready to go.
I'm excited to see if it sucks like most DC movies do.
Oh.
Because I know this is still like proto DC movie, but maybe.
Okay, this was back during a time where
I'm not talking
where
about
comic
special
book movies didn't happen every other week.
No, I understand, John. I grew up in a time like that too.
I'm excited to watch it. My issue is just that I hate Superman as an idea.
I really hate Superman.
He's boring.
He's the lamest.
But it's a good
superhero.
movie, if I remember right.
It is a good movie.
Yeah,
and Superman is not boring.
He's an annoying kid who's like, hey, you can have a superpower. And he's like, I want to fly. And you're like, all right, cool. And I want to do this. And I want to do that. It's like, you can't have every power. He has every power except a rock hurts him.
It's from his planet.
A rock. See, but
it's from his planet.
Why does it make him like incapacitated? It shouldn't it just make him normal?
Yeah, I thought that was the whole bit. They lived
It's
on
toxic.
They were normal.
Toxic. But then how did he live there?
Because the planet blew up and it created. I don't know.
All right, we got to watch the movie to find out, I guess.
No,
We'll
they
find
don't
out.
explain it that far.
Oh, okay. It's kind of crappy.
Everyone's got to have a weakness.
Baymon writes, you do
Even
not
Superman.
get Superman if you think he is boring.
Yeah.
Baymon, you don't get Superman.
No,
though.
I get
I'll tell you
He's
what a
just
boring superhero is.
What?
It's one whose only superpowers happen underwater, which means.
Hopes if you're still listening.
Oh, really? Oh, you're going to take over the underwater world? Meanwhile, I can rule here on the land? Cool. That's exactly what I want.
John hates Aquaman.
He hates him.
Because he's worthless.
Nice.
Oh, I can brainwash a fish. Cool. Great. 1620 the zone. Oh, Husker burner community never change.
What's going on?
Man, it's just blocking people left and right. It's a lot of fun.
Everybody, I feel like, has been saying burner lately. Everyone's talking about the Jays burners,
Yeah,
and
I
now
know.
you're talking today about the Nebraska burners.
Are these just like accounts that people have made just to troll? Is that what this burner is?
Yep.
Okay.
And you can tell by the copious amounts of not tweets they do. Like usually they got about 25 or 26 tweets. They're basically only there so that they can live anonymously and troll other fan bases and other people.
It's interesting. Elon said he was trying to stop this when he bought Twitter.
Well, these aren't bots. They're just people who don't put their name on the account.
Yeah.
O-Trips, right?
And they don't use them as I have
to talk about
account. It's me.
Yeah.
You have account.
Yeah.
It's you.
Yeah. O-Trips writes Creighton burners greater than. Are you a fan of the Creighton burner community?
Well, they are nicer to me.
Interesting. Wow.
Well, they
fascinating.
are.
I wonder.
I mean,
Jay Bishop.
Okay, if you had, you now are of neighbors. You have neighbors.
I do. Yes, we actually shoveled some of their.
Let's
Do you have a privacy
let's
fence
say
yet
that,
for the grill?
let's say that the neighbor on one side of you likes you.
Oh, what a great.
Let's say
human
the
being.
other neighbor on the other side of you doesn't like you.
They can.
Which
go to
neighbor do
hell.
you like better?
The like one.
There you go.
I am a fan of that person.
There you go.
Sam writes, I've always appreciated Grim saying he liked Creighton Twitter because we're actually funny. Wow, is that how you feel, Nick? Are you saying Nebraska fans are not funny?
I think Nebraska fans have the potential to be funny.
Wow, concepts of hilarity?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is interesting. And again, I am not usually, the only time I hear from Husker burner community is when I have somehow triggered them or when their team actually wins or beats Creighton and thus they come out of the woodwork.
Like in November.
And,
Hey, look at me. I'm not sure what this sport is, but we won.
Wow.
But I haven't, so I'm not of that world.
Yeah.
But yes, the Creighton burner community has, they did the whole Russian thing here.
Yeah.
See, that was funny.
That was funny for sure. It came out of nowhere. Very organic.
Very organic.
That's the best stuff is when it becomes organic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Organic and fun and lively.
Oh, yeah. Tee-hee, ha-ha, ho-ho.
But in general, burner communities can be quite annoying and ridiculous.
Sam writes, Creighton burners invite you for a beer. Dr. Abby reports you to the HOA.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's another one. Dr. Abby something. Can't forget about her.
I'm going to block everybody.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything to you, Abby.
Guilt by association.
By the way,
Nick.
for the record,
and
now
John.
that I have had a chance to zapruder it like the rest of you spent your entire lives on last night, yes, the guy definitely moved further than 3 feet.
Thank you. That's all they wanted from you, John, was to admit it. Say, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry.
I was wrong. I was watching a billion basketball games last night.
And I was looking up the rule.
Maybe don't comment on something that you're not watching, John.
No, I was watching.
Oh, okay.
But again, I didn't have the chance to zapruder the damn thing.
See, things like this.
And look at it and count how many chairs. Oh, there's one chair, two there. Look at all the chairs.
Weird things like.
By the way, you still would have had to make the 3.
Would have had to make
to make the play count.
Makes me happy that I watch Nebraska baseball sometimes, and I'll watch Nebraska football, but I don't want to watch Nebraska ball because of things like this.
Ghost Dog writes, Huskers really got my hopes up last night. LOL. That's a bummer. They got a lot of people's hopes up.
That's on you for letting the Huskers get your hopes up.
Excellent.
Well, you know what?
You learned a lesson.
There's
last
been
night.
enough examples of this team letting a lot of people down.
Mm-hmm.
As a Rockies fan, I've got some experience in this.
Okay, you've been a Rockies fan for like 2 seconds, Nick.
3 years. 3 years.
I mean, if you think about it, to a lot of people who are of the millennial and younger generation,
yeah,
I would say that Rockies fans have had it a lot worse than Nebraska ball fans.
Ooh.
Thank you, John.
They did make the World Series that
there
one
you
time,
go.
though.
I want
Rocktober.
you, as the Rockies drop their 18th game in the month of April, to go on your little Twitter screed and talk about how no one has it worse than me, and you can't live with the pain, and the pain is never ending.
This is great. I just remember that Jack is a Friday guest now, so we can unpack all of this with him on Friday.
You want to talk about pain? Let me give you some pain. This was terrible news. Mason McConaughey out for the season.
This does suck.
Nebraska's ace starter, arm injury. well, I should never assume, but it
makes an ass out of you and me.
Usually that means it's the UCL, aka the Tommy John.
Ugh.
But he's going to be out for the rest of the season. It happened against Sam Houston last week. And so Nebraska will be without its ace for the rest of the season. And this was, preseason All-American. And you don't get pitchers like this very often.
No. And to lose them on March the 5th,
that
or the 4th, whenever it
bites.
Yeah, not great.
That bites. So best of luck to Mason in his recovery.
Yeah.
But Nebraska will have some pieces to pick up, and it's already been a rocky start.
Rockies?
Not that team.
Oh, who could have seen a bad start coming for Nebraska baseball?
Oh, would you stop? They almost beat LSU.
You know who did beat LSU?
Who, Nick?
The Omaha Mavericks.
They did beat them. That's true.
They also beat
hard to argue
Kansas.
that.
Omaha, UNO baseball has been doing this thing where they just beat undefeated teams.
They should keep it going all year long.
They should do that.
Friend of the Grum, the Omaha baseball program.
It's really funny when it happens.
Yeah.
Take that, the SEC. I'm over. Nope, I'm going to save it for tomorrow.
What's tomorrow? Oh, I don't care. Nice.
That's true. I don't care is coming up, but also coming up, content.
What do we got in content today?
Well, some NFL news. And apparently they'll let you do anything in the state of Florida.
Interesting.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
book, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content
that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick,
Yes.
as Nebraska's women are up 15 at halftime against the Rutgers, it's time for some content.
I like to use content as an opportunity to talk about things we haven't talked about at all throughout the day. You know, it's a good way to hit on some things. At best, Nebraska ball can win 18 regular season games. Assuming they do, and that might be a bad assumption, how many wins would they need in Indianapolis if they are still to make the NCAA tournament?
Well, check out the segment we had earlier where I made the case where Nebraska still is in the conversation today as of this moment. Now, that said, if you want to feel comfortable,
yeah,
it's a win over Iowa and 2 wins in the tournament.
I was going to say 3.
Oh, two makes you comfortable because I believe Maryland would be the second win.
But they don't take the tournament wins into account as much, right? They're just not as – they've already got a lot of the bracket put together. I feel like they got to get to the weekend.
Yeah, but if they get 2 wins, that gives them 20.
Yeah, but it's 20 because of the NCAA or the Big Ten tournament.
But listen, everybody else is going to be factored in as well.
Interesting.
You know, everyone else is playing in conference tournaments. So I think it's if you beat Iowa and you win 2, you feel comfortable. I'm not saying they're in, but you feel comfortable.
Villanova blew a 9-point lead in the closing 3.5 minutes of their loss at Georgetown. It is the Wildcats' 8th loss this season when they held a win probability of 80% or greater at some point in the game. It is their 4th Big East loss when holding a multi-possession lead inside of the final 5 minutes. Should this be the end for Coach Kyle, don't call me Triton Neptune?
Yes, it should, and I think it will be. Dude, the fall of this program in an incredibly short amount of time is wild to me. We've seen some drop-offs before, but is this a team that was in the Final Four 3 years ago, and now they lose another one like this? I think the program took a massive step back immediately. Like, this isn't like sometimes you'll see a coach who hangs on, you know. Now, it's maybe a bit harder to do so in the era of the portal and everything, like Frank Solich, who had years and years to kind of churn through the Osborne roster. But, yeah, I think it is. I think it will be. I think it should be.
They've been talking this way for the last 2 years in Philadelphia, but when you look at some of these losses, you know, early in the season, it started by losing to Columbia. It started by losing to St. Joe's. And then it continued, blowing a 14-point lead over Maryland, blowing the lead to Xavier in the last 5 minutes, blowing the lead to Georgetown last night. You know, they had Creighton down by a point with 8 seconds to go. Losing to UConn after they were up by 14. Losing again to Georgetown when they were up by multi-possessions. Yeah, I'm afraid that the clock is struck midnight for Kyle Neptune.
Raiders defensive end Max Crosby says Aaron Rodgers playing for the Las Vegas Raiders would be legendary. Is that the word you two would use to describe such a thing?
Actually, yes.
Tell me why.
And here's why. Because you're in Las Vegas. And Vegas built its reputation as an entertainment capital by taking in aging superstars and making them residents in the community. Elvis was a resident. He performed exclusively in Las Vegas. The Rat Pack, you know, Sammy and Frank and Dino, after they had hit their peak as pop culture, Celine Dion, Britney Spears.
Also, he can go out to the desert and probably find some peyote.
Oh, drugs.
This is exactly what it is. It would be legendary. This would be Aaron Rodgers' residence. He can do, 3 shows a week at the at the Mirage, which now no longer exists,
Or
at the Sands.
Wait, the Mirage is gone?
Yeah, it's got bought out by the.
That's from Ocean's
Hard
11.
Rock.
The Bellagio, the Mirage, and the MGM Grand.
Some say that the Mirage was never really there to begin with.
That's actually a good one.
That was pretty good.
That's
Nick.
actually
that was
a
so
good
good
one.
that it went over my head.
Nick gets an A for that one.
I wasn't prepared
That
for
was a
it.
good one.
The Seahawks released longtime receiver Tyler Lockett, who departs as the franchise's second leading pass catcher. Will somebody else pick him up at a bargain?
So let's see. He'll be 33 next year. He hasn't had a 1,000-yard season since 2022. They also got rid of their offensive coordinator. I thought the Seahawks offense was fine this last season. I didn't think that they were like some sort of a tire fire. I think he could be
DJ
like
Metcalf's now demanding a trade too. So
trade for him. Cowboys. Talking about my favorite team. I would love a second.
Oh,
receiver.
you want that punk?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. You can have him.
Shaw.
He would fit in just.
Shaw, brah.
He'd fit in just fine with the Cowboys. He would as a
What
loser.
does that mean? No. He's an athletic freak, and he would be great on the outside. I think Lockett could still be a solid number 3.
There's probably room for him, but yes, the drop-off has been rather dramatic since his peak year of 2021, at least in terms of yards, when he averaged 16 yards a catch, almost 1,200 yards. But last year, just 600 yards, 2 touchdowns. If he still wants to give it a go, yeah, I think he could be a good third option for a team. But just goes to show you, man, those skill positions, when it falls off, it usually falls off fast and it's sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Good news, everyone.
Oh.
That's a Futurama. Oh, okay. The 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup final in the United States will break with tradition and have a Super Bowl-style halftime show. FIFA president Gianni Infantino has said. Who should perform?
Da, 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 da.
They not like us.
Will it be that song, John? Ba, 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 da.
But in Italian?
They not like us. That's the English.
What is this, Thursday?
Oh, Nick.
Nice.
Or John. Both of you. Oh,
I mean,
you too.
I don't care. Who does the Super Bowl halftime show? Do you think I give a crap about an event that I'm not going to watch?
That's not true. I have heard that we're in the planning stages to do the Grum live from the World Cup next year. By the way, 2026 is next year. I just remember that it's next year.
That is fake news.
Wow. Why?
Fake news.
We're going
Why
down.
would we waste a trip?
Waste a trip. You're an idiot.
We're getting a halftime show in FIFA before GTA 6.
You guys are morons.
Before what?
It's a joke.
Ba, 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 da.
What exactly is going on here at this Florida UCF baseball game?
What are you talking about, Nick?
Well, ESPN cameras spied an elementary school-aged kid getting a sandwich, an orange Fanta, and a big-ass can of Miller Lite.
You know, is obviously a parent.
The kid? Congrats.
Handed him this beer and said, hold it for me while I don't know.
Take a waz.
I mean, I think the person sitting next to him, the adult, might be like, maybe they're writing something down in the scorebook.
Oh, that's a College World Series.
Maybe
pen.
keeping score there at the Florida UCF baseball game. But meanwhile, there's the kid standing there holding that big-ass can of Miller Lite. I mean, that thing's bigger than his head.
J-Man writes, kid's thirsty. Yeah, he's just a little thirsty. Thirsty worsty, as we say to Banks.
You can't go to a baseball game without a beer and a dog.
That's true. Yeah, John, you trying to say this kid's not American
This
enough
is
for you?
tradition, John.
Yeah.
I mean, my biggest question is
Beer
this
and a
kid
dog.
a less filling or a taste great guy?
Oh, excellent question, John. Dumb debates.
But yes, Florida.
Yeah, Florida man. Well, Florida boy.
Florida boy.
Out Florida man, in Florida
Soon
boy.
to be Florida man.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe becoming Florida man sooner than he expected.
That's true.
Finally, fellas, do you have any leftover takes on the weather over the last 24 hours?
John, you were here for all of it.
I mean, I was here for all of it. Apparently,
Give us your breakdown.
It was so impactful. It felt like it hardly happened. I'm just
maybe the streets cleared up fairly quickly.
yes, because I was hearing some nasty things about
nasty.
Can't do anything. Can't go more than 25 on Dodge. Lincoln's a disaster area.
Nasty.
It cleaned out fairly quickly, even though it did not really warm up. I mean, it's still very chilly out there. And I guess just in time for more snow possible on Friday.
Yeah, I'm happy that the roads cleared off by the time that I left because it sounds like our office was quite empty today because of the morning issues.
It was so nice.
Wow.
To be able to work without
Nick,
a
out
lot of
on
noise.
Coworkers.
I'm out on a bunch of noise when I'm trying to work.
I love when I get to work and I get to talk to my coworkers from 2 to 6. Get it?
Yeah, I do.
That's you guys. And Happer and Odson and anybody else that I see. I talked to Alyssa today. I saw McMaster yesterday.
Oh, for the first time? Was that your first time interacting with Matt McMaster?
No, I've had a beer with him.
Were you volunteering at the at preschool reading?
No, you know what we were doing? We were planning the College World Series. We were talking about the College World Series.
Why are you planning to do something you don't work at?
Okay, you always do this. I want the listeners to understand.
John, where should you, me, and Barron go to get steak this year?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You know, I would love to invite you guys to go to steak with me sometime, but not when you're going to have this type of attitude.
It's not an attitude.
I wish I could sever my brain from this stupid discussion.
You were talking about the College World Series with Matt. John and I are talking about the College World Series now. It's the same thing.
Can't wait to make memories with him and not have to deal with you two yahoos. We're going to make great memories.
And John and I are going to bond.
Well, of course, you're happy. You're more than happy to buy dinner for Matt because you know the Happy Meal is a very cheap option.
You do both eat the same things.
What? Wait till you hear
chicken fingers.
Wait till you hear what I'm having for dinner tonight.
With shaped like dinosaurs.
It's going to surprise you.
I did have dino nut. Oh, I'll save it.
Okay, see, you can't call me the child when Nick is the child. He is the child.
What's for dinner?
Nice.
Is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
We have reached that wonderful time of year where certain denominations.
Oh, yeah. It's Ash Wednesday.
Yeah. Now, it's not in the playbook. So I have always had an issue with this.
I still, we need to have, maybe we can talk about this with Michael next week. Where does this idea come from? Because John is right. It is not in the Bible.
It's not in the playbook.
It came from, I believe, the Pope at one point wanted to incentivize people to eat more fish to help the fishers make money. I believe that's where it came from.
I see. So it's a monetary thing. I got it.
Yep.
So
you're having fish tonight?
I think it was a paper.
No, God, no.
Oh.
Probably cheese sandwich.
Oh, my gosh,
Oh,
John.
is the cheese going to be orange or yellow?
Great question.
Good question. I don't know. I have to look in the fridge.
I'm not Catholic. I don't do this crap. Crap is in the diet part, not the religion. Teriyaki beef and rice bowls.
Nice.
For dinner. Last time I said something about that, I got in a lot of trouble.
Last night,
divorce.
Last night we cleared out some of the frozen bar food from the freezer.
Oh, that's a good call.
So I made some cheese balls and some popcorn chicken, and some dino nuggets and some French fries. Tonight we're doing chicken miso soup.
Oh, fun. Riz texts in, by the way, cheese sandwich, OMG.
Yeah. Well,
that's a bummer, John.
It is. It's a bummer. But
there's other stuff that doesn't have meat in it.
yeah, but it's Ash Wednesday, which is a fasting day.
Oh,
so you're not.
I didn't
supposed to-
realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're gonna have the cross on your head.
That's why Fat Tuesday is Fat Tuesday. You're supposed to gorge yourself on Tuesday.
Oh, that's right. We're in Lent now too.
Yeah.
What's going on with this thing here, John?
The Miami Hurricanes were playing Villanova.
This looks like
in
crap.
Baseball.
What is this?
And there's this. I guess it's
Looks like poop goop.
I guess it's a company down in Florida. It's called Mark Light Shake.
Cool.
They
Good
do
name,
all
guys.
these different. They did, because they're playing Villanova of Philadelphia, they did a Philly cheesesteak milkshake. It features vanilla ice cream, vanilla syrup, topped with a mini cheesesteak sandwich. And there is a picture of it.
That's disgusting.
That we are sharing on our video stream, zonetv.live. Someone holding a cup of a milkshake with a straw in it, and it's nesting on top of the ice cream is a small Philly cheesesteak sandwich.
See, that's not even a Philly cheesesteak, though, because that looks like nacho cheese that you would use for, like, ballpark nachos. That doesn't look like good cheese.
Cheese, without cheese.
But a lot of the Philly cheesesteak places use Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
Gross. The whole thing. Pats and Geno's. One of them does, one of them doesn't.
Yeah.
That looks like crap. No, thank you.
It looks bad.
Why Not Horberg writes, the Vatican used to have investments in the fishing industry. And for hardcore Catholics, it's every Friday, not just during Lent. I don't care. If I go to hell, it's not going to be because of a burger.
When I was in high school, we only got
I agree.
Yep.
The
Hell Boys.
In high school, we had the choice of the main dish or the salad bar.
Yeah.
And this time of year, I was always getting the salad bar because we would get like meatless spaghetti or fish patties or
Blech.
fish sticks.
Oh, disgusting.
But
Rotten.
then they would monitor. They had a monitor for the salad bar to make sure you didn't take too much. I'm like, I'm starving here. I'm not going to eat that crap.
Wow. Yeah, people ain't going to hell because they had a cheeseburger. You think Mr. H is right now?
That's not
in
why he's in
eternal
hell.
damnation because
Designated
every
Hitler.
Friday he had a steak.
That's right under the line. The show is over
Yeah,
now.
that's probably the latest over we've ever had.
I mean, wouldn't that be amazing?
We should keep stats
if
on
Mr.
this.
H shows up after he offs himself.
Yep.
And they lead this down all the list
It's a
of transgressions.
long list.
But they get to the end and said, "We would have let you in, but
you didn't celebrate
you
Lent.
ate meat on Fridays."
He'd say, oh, wow, that's the thing that did me in, huh? God says, yep.
He's like, I think
And
I
he
have
would
more
have said,
questions.
"You know what? It was all worth it."
It's a Thursday Grum tomorrow.
It is.
Robin Wash it.
It
I
is.
don't care.
And a college basketball guest.
Fun.
Yeah. Yes, Nick.
Just in time for